the public, and welcome to the speakers that want to speak in the public forum. So we take apologies, and we have apologies from Councillor Hills for lateness on council business, Councillor Collins for early departure and late arrival, and Councillor Wayne Walker for lateness, Councillor Stewart for early departure, 4 p.m. I think we'll be finished by then, Councillor. And we have apologies from Member Taiparu. And welcome, Tony. Okay, right. I'll move those. The second, Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? Any declarations? No. Confirmation of the minutes. I'll move those. Seconded by Councillor Cashmore. All those in favour? There are no petitions, and we have public input, and we have Jennifer and Claudia. Jennifer's first. And to speak about 354 Ponsonby Road, and for those of you who don't know, that's the old Nosh site, and it is an ollie for the Waitemata Local Board. Just need to press the button. Jennifer, you've got 5 minutes. Yep, that's cool. All good.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I will be very brief. I'm Jennifer Ward, and I'm a member of the community-led design group that's been working on the development of the civic space at 254 Ponsonby Road, also known as Ponsonby Park, since March 2016. The community-led design group is delighted this committee is considering the officer's report and the recommendation to allocate up to $5.5 million of the proceeds of sale from 200 Victoria Street West to the civic space at 254 Ponsonby Road, which is the Waitemata Local Board's one local initiative. This is brilliant news for Ponsonby Park. The substantial funding will secure stage 1, and even though the business case is still underway, we're hoping that once that work is completed and comes back to the committee for approval, we may possibly be able to complete stage 1 and 2 together, which would be a game changer for the community. Ponsonby Park will create positive outcomes for the people and the environment, and it will be an investment in the public social capital of the local and wider Auckland communities. We thank the officers for their recommendation, and we urge you to please support the sale and allocation of $5.5 million to Ponsonby Park. Thank you very much.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet. Well, actually, what I might do is we might call up Claudia now, and then because you both, I think, joined at the hip, and let Claudia speak, and then we'll have questions of both of you, if that's right.
Perfect. Tēnā koutou, ko rangatoto toku monga, ko Waitemata toku moana, ko Bupsi toku ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora. So I presented 4 years ago, roughly, on this project to help push it into the 10-year plan. So I've just kind of collated a bit of history for any new members or people that may have forgotten, because you're all very busy people right now. So this is just Ponsonby Park, the opportunity for all 21 wards in the super city to provide, I guess is a better word, the value and effects of public realm on the community. Sorry, I have to turn it on. No, it's on. I could say next slide. The rehabilitation, development, or preservation of public space is the clearest way for council to communicate its vision and influence to the people. Next slide, please. So there's the history. So in 2000, which if we started breaking ground next year would be 20 years later after this came up as an idea for Auckland, Boff Miskell made an open space study commissioned by Auckland City Council that recommended that we as an area needed a civic space. And I say Ponsonby it's a fringe suburb, and to me it represents any town center. While you work on rehabilitating places like Avondale and South Auckland, it was a suburb separate from the city center. So it's really, to us as a community, important that it remains that kind of model, that it's a city civic space for our little suburb, our township. 2006, Auckland purchases the land. So they purchased it as a local board for the purpose of open space to create a park, civic square for the community. And so in 2014, we were lucky enough that they followed up on a public consultation, which is when I joined the CLD group and we started working together and to help make this business case for our community. We're 77 respondents. We're hoping for the whole of site, which I presented before, and Myers Park had only 43 submissions, and we collected 1,200 submissions in just our last survey. So it's been in the news. People know about it. Next slide, please. I don't know if it's, yeah, it's not. Next slide. So there's an example of, as a CLD group, what we have done to create an exhibition with the Auckland University and the School of Architecture students. That was one of our first activations and getting the whole community involved in the process of community-led design. That's in your slides if you want to read more of the blurb. Next slide, please. This is our winning design. Together as a group, they had people come in. It was in the paper boy, it was in the news. Everyone's just pretty much waiting, but that's in March 2017. So that's the timeline of what we're working at. So this whole process began in 2000, and here we are 2017 with this winning design. Next slide, please. So basically, as this is on your agenda today, it's just giving an idea of the timeline of what can be. And is there one more slide? I'm not sure. Yes, that's what it looks like today. And I think when we look at the OLIs for all the wards and for our city, that has been sitting as a liquor store instead of an open public space for 5 years, and the people know it's meant to be a park at this point, and they know it's supposed to have a toilet and a seat, place to sit, a place to fill up their water bottle, and that's what it looks like. And it has like 30 parking spots that half the time are empty. So if this helps at all give you a background on item 8, that's the main goal, that we walk by this every day. My child, when we activated it on Saturday, said, "I feel like you've been doing this as long as I've been alive." And we walked up and they played games that the CLD group set up on that little corner that we're allowed to use. And it would just be really nice if you take that in consideration when you see that item, that the people walk by that. And it's been intended for open space and suggested since 2000. Tēnā koutou katoa. We're happy for questions.
Right, questions, councillors. Councillor Lee.
You and good morning, Jennifer and Whoopsie, and congratulations on the work you have been doing over many years, along with other Ponsonbyites. When Auckland City Council bought this land in 2006, it was the first public open space purchased in the Ponsonby area since the time of Queen Victoria. But it's taking an enormously long time for the super city to achieve Auckland City Council's far-seeing vision. So can I just ask you a question? This is obviously tied up with the item which we're going to deal with very soon about selling publicly owned leased land. But can you tell me what is your understanding of the funding arrangements thus far agreed to by the council and the local board with the community? Let's say this item is not on the agenda today. What's your understanding of the commitment of the council in the annual plan in regard to funding this?
So my understanding is that in the long-term plan submission process, a recommendation was made for stage 1 of a stage 2 development for the site to be allocated within the long-term plan. That is subject to a business case which is now underway under the guidance of Roscoe Webb, who has overseen all the OLIs, and we've met with him. Once this business case is completed, it will come back to the Finance and Performance Committee for hopefully approval to secure the allocation in the long-term plan. If the monies are approved today from the sale of 200 Victoria Street West, this would be, we believe and hope, additional funding which may enable the development to happen in one stage rather than two, which would give enormous economies of scale, provide a much quicker result, and also take away the necessity to do and then undo work as stage two would otherwise have to follow stage one. Hope that answers.
Thank you
your
very
question.
much.
Right, any further questions? Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ladies, for my passion. I remember hearing about this for quite some time. Not as long as Mike or Queen Victoria, but still. I'd be interested to know, we've seen huge changes in the K Road, Ponsonby area, in recent times. Could you give us a brief sort of rundown on the demographic changes and why this sort of park development is so needed now, rather than in X number of years' time?
I'd say it's the pedestrianization and the cycleways in general. So you have, in one afternoon, we'll see 500 to 600 people walking by. And I've worked on Ponsonby Road for over 10 years in restaurants, and the amount of times I've asked to use the toilet in those 10 years is just the beginning. And then we're in a group of women that are women in urbanism are trying to just track water fountains. So that is just the perfect model of acquiring a public space that's meant to be that can provide seating, bike parking. That's the changing demographic. While there's still cars going by, it's just sharing a space for the growing demographic of walkers that are walking via Ponsonby Road down K Road, especially now with the roadworks. There's even more walkers because I had to get off the bus halfway down Ponsonby Road just to avoid the traffic. So you're just having huge amounts of walkers now. And that, let's say for the Rugby World Cup or America's Cup, you have people walking up College Hill, cruising around Ponsonby Road, back down K Road. And a couple years back, I presented it as a fan trail option. So it's just, more than anything, the demographic is becoming walkers and cyclists, but also there's still drivers. It's also visitors. Just on Saturday when we activated, it was half tourist. So it's filling that little bit of sidewalk that can be used as an open space that it's intended to be sooner rather than later. And that's a big deal for us because we know that there's 21 other Ollies, and we'll be having to, I'd like to be the model of what can be when the community gets behind it from a very long period of time, and we're all kaitiakiing this, we're providing this guardianship that we're willing to present and follow this project through in a timely manner is most important for our community.
Together, so you get efficiency of scale there, but also you bring it forward, the whole project forward by a number of years.
And then from this process, me personally, the reason I'm not as much in the CLD anymore is because basically just off my Instagram, I get messages every day. How can I help my community? How have you been doing this? And I help people read an agenda. So it's about sharing the responsibility with council to help build it together. And we've been doing this for 5 years now. And while all these OLIs just begin, it's a really good model that we have economy of scale, and we have this model of get behind it, work together kind of philosophy.
Jennifer, do you wish to say anything? An answer?
The only thing I would say about the demographics is that since the unitary plan, Ponsonby is now able to have 2 dwellings per section, which effectively will happen as the city intensifies. Also, Ponsonby is an overspill area for the city centre where now in excess of 50,000 people live. So we are creating a resource not only for our community but for the city centre community and all of the other communities in Auckland that come to Ponsonby to recreate or to dine or just to, go out and about. And it also links in with the whole city centre development to create a greater livability in our city.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Sorry I was late for it. I was hoping that this may have been picked up in the rationalisation process, but I'm just wanting to know from a community perspective if there were any other sites you thought could be sold in the area to help fund Ponsonby Park.
You can go first.
I don't have information of that sort. That's not been a focus of our group. We primarily focused on progressing the development of this site rather than assets to leverage.
What I understand in item 8 is that particular site, 200 Victoria West, I believe, is an endowment. So it's an opportunity where we take the purpose of our site is to be an open space. We're taking the sale of a publicly owned property and modeling what can be done in a timely manner. And that's, I think, a priority we have as a community to model. Like, we have to start somewhere, and why not start here? I'm sad that the money can't be flowing directly from one property onto all 21 wards lovingly and sharingly. That would be ideal, but unfortunately, from my experience, this is a rare opportunity that has come up, and if we can model best practice, or at least a version of sharing an endowment into a public square, it's worth a try, and it won't be perfect, but I just know that that's come up in a timely manner that is might be possible for us to work on our project. And if it works, then maybe other wards can look at other endowments that can be shared, if that makes sense. That's all I know about the
Okay,
item.
cool. Thank you. You know, you locals know the area really well, and they know, actually, why are you selling that? Why don't you look at that one? But that's all good. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
We wish we had endowments everywhere, but
Yeah.
unfortunately we don't. Right, well, I'm going to move that we receive and thank Jennifer, and we should have both up at the same time, I'm afraid, guys. Claudia, Jennifer, we could add to that. Okay, so we're adding in Claudia as well, so seconded by Councillor Simpson. Was it? All those in favour? And thank you very much. Right.
Thank you very much.
Right, we have Shale, I believe, is apologies from Pippa, and Shale Chambers is coming to. Welcome, Shale.
It was an apology when I arrived, so I was expecting to be the supporting act, but obviously my local board and myself have been involved in this project for many years. I won't try and canvass the merits of the project. The community has spoken loud and clear and again today in respect of this, and it is our one local initiative and a priority project. When we first proposed Ponsonby Road, 254 Ponsonby Road as our OLI, we were cognizant of the potential total cost of this project, which was estimated, and we were well down the advance pathway of preparing for this, of $11 million. We took we hope, recognised responsible and reasonable position of seeking funding for an approximate fair share based on the total number of local boards of the long-term plan's $200 million. We didn't seek the full $11 million as a project. We would have loved to have done so, and we tried to identify on a shared costing basis potential optimisation for the future for funding stage 2. I believe we've gained governing body support time and again for this project at a stage 1 level. Clearly there are huge efficiencies in costing and delivery of a social outcome for the Waitemata community if this project could be achieved in one funding. So we undertook to seek optimisation potential projects for stage 2. We had a potential site in mind. It hasn't been progressed. It still is potentially for the future. It is in Jervois Road and a community asset underutilised. You know, we're looking at, Auckland wishing to densify and go up and use sites better. And some of those facilities could have been placed within 254. So that hasn't been progressed. It may still in the future, and the board won't resolve from that. However, this endowment fund site was then unknown to the local board until it came before us. It came before us in terms of did the local board support its sale. And we're on record in terms of the item coming up that we have supported the sale. Now, we didn't support it with a tag or a caveat or applying a particular fund, but we were acutely aware that it was an endowment fund project. So clearly it is an investment property for Auckland Council, not an open space or a potential community use for the future. It has perpetually renewable 21-year leases. It's got a commercial building that council doesn't own. So clearly it is only an income item. And so we thought, knowing it's an endowment fund and the proceeds would need to be applied for a purpose, that we would support the sale, and obviously that's the decision for governing body members of this committee shortly. But that is our position. However, as a potential optimisation project, we've looked at this and thought, so converting an investment purpose to a social purpose is a worthy outcome, and one I would suggest to members here that is essential. There needs to be a net gain to Auckland of a sale of a public asset for a sale to be justified. And shifting the money, as I understand, may be this committee's intent or the chair's intent, merely to top up the Ollie fund for the first $5.5 million that we're first off the taxi rank will be coming to this committee very shortly to allocate from the long-term fan Ollie fund, achieves no net gain to Aucklanders and certainly not to the Ponsonby community or the Waitemata local board. Purpose needs to be found that is a net gain. I would equally argue, although it isn't funded, the linear park is a potential net gain, but it is a project that council's committed to and has a separate source of funding in terms of the targeted rate for future funding of that project, but still worthy. So shifting the money merely to fund the first $5.5 million, as I understand, may be this committee's current intent. I would put to councillors achieves no net gain to Aucklanders, although it may relieve a dilemma further down the Ollie track where the fund is currently short, but that isn't so at the moment. You know, we're hoping the $5.5 million or whatever the QS says is the cost of stage one will be approved when the business case comes to this committee. So I'm putting to you, we're actually, as a local board, saying this is an optimisation opportunity if the sale is supported, and I understand that will need to be discussed and argued and found favour with the majority. Then applying this to stage one for the economies of scale, delivering on a community asset, a project that's been a long-standing one for the inner city community, one that has the local boards and the community's endorsement through many processes and through council's own process in terms of the Ollie, would achieve the objective. So I put it to you and am seeking that the $5.5 million currently proposed to be allocated to stage two. The local board will continue to commit to seek optimisation projects. We have supported relevant sales and we have had positive input on ones that are debatable in terms of conditions. We will continue to take that position as a local board as long as you know, the current political commitment from the committee remains. So it is a plea to allocate for a net gain purpose $5.5 million of the sale proceeds, should it be supported, to support stage two so that we can achieve it in one stage and deliver for our community.
So when there are some different recommendations will be put up when you see we've got some modified recommendations. Just rest assured our intent is honourable. We're trying to pull this off in one go, and you'll be informed legally we had to name some projects where the money has to go because that's the underlying clause of the endowment or releasing the endowment. Any questions of Shale? I think it's all people are pretty happy. All right, well again sorry, Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Shale. Just a question that strikes me worth asking, and that's to do with the combination of, you know, the proceeds of sale and the money being allocated via the Ollie process, and it just kind of goes to equity. When I look at a number of the other Ollie projects, in fact, a lot of them are quite a significant cost, getting up potentially 20-30 million. Do you have any view on the fact that yours is, you know, a much lower figure, and it's going to be virtually half funded by selling property to get it going? Does that present any concern to you, or you're just happy to see things get advanced in an expeditious fashion?
Our Ollie project was really 11 million. We sought 5.5 and put it into two stages to be reasonable, to have our fair share. I'm acutely aware that other local boards have sought larger significant projects. Our project was always an $11 million project, tentatively costed, with plans, with community support on a 3-year project basis, community-led basis. So if the opportunity, and we sought as a local board to fund the balance, or committed to seek to fund the balance through an optimisation of another community asset to assist council family in general to fund a project on a reasonable basis. So no, I have no qualms about an optimisation project coming that was not known about. It's endowment. It is entrusted to Auckland for the benefit of Auckland. If it is to be sold, and that's debatable, whether it should, but it could, then it needs to be applied to a project, and there's one immediately adjoining it in Ponsonby, along with the Linear Park. They seem eminently sensible projects to allocate the funding for and to achieve a net gain. If you were asking, is that equity? Well, the equity was our original modest request for a 2-stage funded project. As said, our real OLI was 11. This would now achieve that purpose.
Cheryl, just one last thing. Is the local board aware that I know the recommendation has got, at the moment, what I'm looking in the paper is B2, any remaining balance to the Victoria Street Linear Park. If that was not to be the case, all it does require is this report to come back about that allocation if it was to go towards your other project, which is your Plunket Rooms or something like that, is it? Or anyway. So it can be changed by virtue of coming back at a future time for the rest of the money that is realised. Does the board understand that? Well, the question is, do you understand it doesn't have to be locked into the linear park? That's what I'm saying.
My understanding, the first stage 1 will be sought from the long-term plan, 200 million. And it'll be about 5.5 million when costed. And the whole project's 11 million, so there's 5.5 to be funded in stage 2. And so this could allocate $5.5 million of the net proceeds with the balance to Linear Park, which would have the local board support.
Yep. All good? Okay. Right. We've got no more. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you, Cheryl. I'm picking up that you got some concerns about selling an investment property for social purpose. Is that right?
No, what I'm saying is if we are going to sell publicly owned properties and land, there needs to be a net benefit to the community of doing so. And I'm aware that not everyone will universally support the sale of this sort of property, but it is perpetually renewable commercial land that has no future community use. It's merely an investment property. So if we are committed to divestment of properties that are excess to council's requirement, and as we as a local board have sought where reasonable to support those things. Our local board did support, is on record in your report as supporting the sale of this particular property. As I said, we didn't then try and jump the gun and caveat that support with it should be applied to Ponsonby Road. That opportunity has arisen and thought has arisen since then, and because it was an endowment property, we were aware a purpose would need to be found, and we wished the governing body to come up with that purpose on its own thing, and then we would have taken a position. So no, our local board has no concerns about the sale, but as long as an endowment property is used for a net gain community purpose for the future, and merely allocating the stage 1 funding is really just shifting the money from the long-term plan to an endowment property, and there's no net gain to the community.
And can I ask another question, please?
Yep.
And where is Panuku at with the other property that you mentioned in Herne Bay?
As a local board, we wouldn't have a clue. We understand. Every time I've come here, we've tried to push it along. They're just taking forever, So, not a clue. And there is no guaranteed outcome, and it's certainly no guarantee it would raise the funds required. We don't know until we go through the process. It's a much smaller site. It's not. It's in 3 lamps.
Yeah.
And we will continue to pursue that because it's an underutilised site. And we'd like to relocate some of the facilities that are currently on that site into 254 Ponsonby Road in any event, including the toilets, irrespective of the sale of it.
Yep. Councillor Lee.
You shall. This has been going on for quite some time. Obviously, Auckland City bought it in 2006. The local board took over the project, and I guess you started in 2011. And despite a lot of support, it's taking forever to get anything done at all. But I do have queries about the process that the local board has been persuaded to undertake. In the ARC, we bought lots of land for parks, and we didn't take 10 years to get it done, but this is a super city, I guess. But my question is, can we just be definitive about what commitment you've had from the council after nearly 10 years about funding this park? What is your real commitment? Because there's been a number of celebrations and successes, but how much money have you really been committed to thus far?
$100,000.
Right, well, I'll move the receive and thank Cheryl for presenting, and second Mayor Goff. All those in favour? Aye. Against, right. Thank you, Cheryl, and we're going to move straight to the item. Right, we have Anthony, Rachel, Letitia, Robert. No, yes, we do. We have all of them. Welcome. Yeah. So people might want to pause before we just to read the recommendations that are up there. Okay. I think it was quite good the way it was. Yeah.
Some people had
Oh,
struggled
okay.
seeing it. They just go and then just scroll down.
Okay. Right. Well, I think we can scroll down then. What's that? No. I think that's much clearer and should be much more reassuring for the board, for the local board and the public submitters. Right, who's going to lead off? Right.
Good morning. My name's Rachel Hume. I'm from Panuku. The disposal recommendation report today includes two properties. I'll talk to one, the 200 Victoria Street West property, and my colleague Anthony Lewis will talk to or respond to questions in relation to the other one, which is 15R First View Avenue in Beachlands.
Rachel, can you just pull that whole speaker forward? Just pull it towards you.
Like that? Is that better?
It's good.
Okay. So 200 Victoria Street West in Auckland Central differs from most properties that are recommended for sale in that it is an endowment property, which is a fairly rare situation. It was vested in the council by the Crown in 1875 pursuant to the Auckland City Endowments and Reserves Act 1875, and the purpose was for the improvement and benefit of the City of Auckland. The property is subject to two perpetually renewable 21-year ground leases, which are held by the same lessee. The ground leases were granted in 1916 and are renewable at the lessee's option. Any alternative use or redevelopment is obviously constrained by those ground leases. Auckland Council owns the land only, which has a rating valuation of 8.8 million. The improvements are owned by the lessee, and the lessee has inquired about purchasing the land. A sale of the property is not expressly prohibited by the Endowment Act, and the property can be sold under Section 140 of the Local Government Act 2002, subject to the conditions set out in Section 141 of that Act, which are that the proceeds of sale must be used for a purpose that is consistent with the purpose of the endowment. So in this case, that is for the improvement and benefit of the City of Auckland. And the other condition is that council must notify the Minister for Land Information and the Minister for Treaty in charge of Treaty of Waitangi negotiations of the proposal to sell the land. As part of the rationalisation process, consultation on the proposed disposal of 200 Victoria Street West was undertaken with council departments, CCOs, iwi authorities and with the Waitemata Local Board. Through that process, no current or future service use was identified. No cultural or commercial interest was received from iwi authorities, and the Waitemata Local Board resolved to support the proposed disposal. Because 200 Victoria Street West is an endowment property, a use or uses of the proceeds of sale that is consistent with the purpose of the endowment must be identified before the property can be sold. So, as you'll see, the recommendations contained in the report are twofold. So the first part, Panuku is recommending 200 Victoria Street West be considered by the council for disposal. And secondly, the council's finance team has made recommendations for the allocation of the proceeds of sale from 200 Victoria Street West by reviewing existing projects in the 10-year budget. A colleague, Robert Irvine from the finance team, is here to respond to any questions around the use of sale proceeds. So as you'll see, the two projects recommended by the finance team to receive proceeds of sale are the development of the civic space at 254 Ponsonby Road, up to a value of 5.5 million, and the balance to the Victoria Street Linear Park project. I don't need to say the next bit because it's been taken out. So I guess the next steps, if the property is approved for disposal, then the next step would be Panuku would proceed with the disposal in accordance with Section 141 of the Local Government Act, which would be starting with notifying the relevant ministers. Unless ready to take questions around any questions around the disposal recommendation itself, I'm happy to respond to those, and Robert can respond to questions around the use or allocation of sale proceeds. Thank you.
Okay, well, the report is about two properties, so we'll have Anthony just discuss the other one. Is it? Yep.
Sure. Thank you. So the second property, as mentioned, is 15R First View Ave. It is a narrow 2.5 metre strip of land resulting from an unformed access way. It was vested with the Crown originally upon subdivision and then later vested with the former County Council in 1963. The former Manukau City Council actually revoked reserve status in 1977 for the intention of a sale, but that never eventuated. Recently, a purchase inquiry was received from the adjoining landowner. Upon further assessment, we've discovered that both adjoining landowners have encroached on the site. The property was followingly assessed for recreation purposes. It didn't deliver any linkages. It didn't provide any usable open space. It was then subject to the rationalisation process. It's gone through that process. We haven't been able to identify any alternate uses. The Franklin Local Board has resolved that it endorses the disposal. One iwi entity did express commercial interest. Upon further communication, we did identify that the site is 2.5 metres wide by about 50 metres long. That does severely limit development opportunities. If it's approved for disposal, we'll follow up that iwi entity just to advise them that, given the nature of the site, can really only be disposed of to the adjoining landowners. Thank you. Ready for questions.
Member Coker.
Kia ora, thank you for the presentation. Two questions. So the first one is around, you said that there was no notification, but I just hear what you just said around the First View Ave property. So you did get, was that Ngāti Whanaunga?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, okay.
All right, so in terms of when you get no response from iwi, can I confirm, did they acknowledge receipt of the opportunity?
Through the chair, we send out an initial notification, and then we always followed up when it approaches the close date, and we would record if any response was received, saying yes, a response received negative, or if there was no response received at all, we'd list that.
So from your perspective, there's no missed opportunity there from iwi. You're quite convinced that they have the opportunity to input, and certainly Ngāti Whananga did for the one out beach.
Yeah, through the chair, that's primarily for our cultural significance issues consultation. Whenever a property is approved for disposal, we always notify all iwi groups again, saying the property is coming onto the market. There's actually a second opportunity.
The second question through the chair is just in relation to the ihumātao precedents that are being set. What's the history with these two pieces? And I'm going to ask this question for every property that we're going to be talking about today through the chair. In terms of, was this acquired under Public Works Act or any properties like that?
Through the chair, so 15R First View Ave was from a private owner who vested it with the Crown upon subdivision. So we have checked, it's not confiscated land.
And I can respond to the same question in regards to 200 Victoria Street West. We did investigate that for the same reasons you're talking about, and it was discovered that that the property was acquired in 1840 legitimately. It was not confiscated land or reclaimed land, and a sum of money was paid at that time for it.
Or acquired under the Public Works Act?
No, it wasn't acquired under the Public Works Act, no.
Could all presenters just answer that question so I don't have to answer it again? Thank you.
I think we are prepared for that. All right. Yeah. Robert, could you just explain better than I tried to explain to Shale and the local board why we've had to, in B, name some properties specifically, and what does it mean going forward if there was a recommendation or desire by the local board to change the remaining balance going to Victoria Street Linear Park? What would they have to do? What would we have to do in order to change that allocation?
So through the chair, the process we followed with identifying the projects, effectively what we did first, or start off, was whether we could reserve the funds as part of the sale process. And legal advice has confirmed that we can't do that. We need to actually nominate and specify the projects that are identified. So through that process, we looked at the basic projects that have already been formed with the council. We weren't creating anything new. We were looking at identifying projects that are well versed across the council. Then looking at the two that we've put forward, one was obviously the 254 Ponsonby Road. So as one local initiative of high importance, we're also recognising that we looked at the ENC paper from December. We identified that there was a budget shortfall, and this was a way to then help ensure that it's actually meeting some of those challenges. The second part was for the Victoria Park Linear Park. So effectively, we're not certain on the amount of money that we will receive from this fund. So we basically had to then cap the one project at an amount, and then effectively the balance is then applied to Victoria Linear Park. Now that project is going through a design stage at the moment. It's earmarked for, I think, between 2020 and 2022. The current budget sitting in the LTP is around $32 million. We know that it's been worked through, so the process we followed with this is then, identifying that project, knowing again that has quite significant benefits for the City of Auckland. So that's why that one was identified. Now, if we had to choose to change one of those projects, we would then have to come back to committee. Now, the issue would be then we would then hold up the sale process, and Panuku can I guess, talk around the impact if we had to choose to come back to committee at a later stage, which I believe could be as late as February next year.
But just to put a finer point on that, we can still approve this and the sale goes ahead and it frees up the money for 254 Ponsonby Road, but if the local board wish to come back to reallocate the remainder, for example, to Three Lamps, the project there, that is not going to hold anything up, is my understanding. We're just coming back with a different recommendation.
I can respond to that. If the reason for needing to identify the properties is because the advice that, so the notification to the Minister of Land Information and the Minister in charge of Treaty of Waitangi negotiations must identify the particular projects it's going to, and that has to happen before the property can be sold. So does that answer the question?
Okay. Yep, that answers. Okay then. All right, we have Councillor Casey, Councillor Watson, Councillor Bartley.
Adam, I'm interested in this long strip of land that's been colonised by a couple of householders. How do you divvy it up if both householders are interested in buying it? And doesn't it set a precedent for anybody else who's encroached on council land to sit tight because they'll get it in the end?
Yes, through the chair, Panuku did work closely with Council's Land Advisory team looking at a resolution. This seems the most pragmatic approach. We'd probably talk to one landowner at the moment. I believe the two adjoining property owners have got some sort of arrangement made, but without a mandate to progress the disposal, our hands are tied at the moment.
And just a comment on the precedent. I mean, there's lots and lots of people have encroached on council land.
Yes,
and
that's
this is
correct.
almost ticking it off, saying if you sit there long enough, we'll give it to you in the end.
I'm not aware of specifics, unfortunately. I can look at other examples for you. This is seen as the most pragmatic approach at minimal cost to council.
Councillor Watson.
My question goes to how much the council receives in leasehold income from 200 Victoria Street West. How much do we get a year from that?
Through the chair, the details of the lease are commercially sensitive and confidential.
Okay, so
Through the chair, just to follow up on that, we can disclose them to the committee, but not in a public forum.
Yep.
okay, so I guess, Mr. Chair, from my perspective, this presents a little bit of a challenge because we're agreeing to sell a property without knowing how much we receive from it in income, which is, of course, an important consideration as to the value of the transaction to the ratepayers of Auckland. And the reason I bring it up is because there have been instances previously where the leasehold income is left out of the equation, whereas it should be an important consideration that we should be made aware of. So I'm putting that on the table. My second question and related question goes to what the value of the sale in at least rough terms is anticipated to be, because I know, again, we're often not told that, but we have had a number of instances in the past where the sale value has been subject of controversy. So do we have an anticipated value in mind that we'll be receiving from this sale?
Okay, well, we'll just take the other questions and we'll defer this item for confidential later on. It's no problem. We have to go into confidential if you want that information, so it's as simple as that. We will have to defer the item, and then when we go to the confidential section at the end of the meeting, we can relitigate the item. That's what you're asking.
Well, it's not a matter of being awkward, Mr. Chair. I think that's an important consideration.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what we can do. It's as simple as that. If it's a desire that the majority of the committee want that, well, we'll do that. It's nothing. We're not trying to we're not trying to do anything shifty here. We're just trying to just make something happen for the local board. But that is a good point, and we will deal with that. So I'll go to Councillor Bartley and Councillor Lee, and if there's no one else, we'll then defer the item for the confidential section. Right? Okay.
My second question goes to the anticipated value of the sale.
Yep. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we do end up selling, I just want to know how confident you are that the proceeds can be used for the park in Ponsonby, given it falls outside the definition of City of Auckland in the Municipal Corporation Act.
Through the chair, yes, we did get that reviewed by the Council Legal Services team, and they also received external legal advice on that. And even though it is just outside, they're comfortable that it still meets the is consistent with the purpose of the endowment, because it could be considered that people within the area of the City of Auckland in 1875 are very likely to use the civic space at 254 Ponsonby Road. So we have had that thoroughly reviewed by legal, and we're comfortable that it is appropriate.
I had another question. Is it correct that the obligations under the endowment will not pass on to the purchaser, therefore they're going to be able to redevelop that site and make a lot of money?
Through the chair, the obligations for the endowment are with the council, where at the moment the lessee who has approached us about potentially purchasing the site can actually develop it in any manner that they want, because they have the rights under the lease. So that can happen regardless of whether this land is sold or not, because we don't own the improvements on the site, so they belong to the lessee. We own the land only.
And my last question, please, Mr. Chair. Why haven't you presented us with other options of properties, given the comments from Shale earlier about a property they had in mind?
Through the chair, the disposals recommendation reports are they begin with identifying properties for disposal. The only reason that this one is the use of the sale proceeds is being discussed is because it is an endowment property. So usually any properties we're recommending for sale, if they're not endowment properties, the sale proceeds would go straight into LTP funding.
Yep. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. My question was to be about the lease, and I understand the lease, interestingly enough, going back to 1875, is very sensitive and confidential, which is intriguing, isn't it? So the chair has, because it is so sensitive, despite all these figures thrown around in here, how much money we're going to get out of the disposal, that bit is the lease and the income from the lease is highly confidential. But we'll wait until the confidential section to hear those details. However, when exactly was the lease last renewed, and when is it due for renewal?
Through the chair, there are two ground leases. One was due for renewal in 2017 and the other one is due for renewal July 2019, so they're both current. But any further details than that, we'd prefer to leave to confidential section.
Okay, now the idea of disposing, as you call it, selling this land, did that come from Panuku or did that come from the tenant, also known as the landlord?
Through the chair, this particular property it was investigated in response to an inquiry from the lessee. However, it could just as likely have been identified through Panuku's normal portfolio review process, but in this instance, it was in response to a purchaser
It's a
inquiry.
very happy coincidence, isn't it? Can I ask you, who is the lessee? But, why, is that confidential too?
Through the chair, the lessee is VQ Holdings Limited.
Say that again?
VQ Holdings
And
Limited.
who was that?
I'm not unsure I understand how you'd like me to explain that further.
Is that Mr Russell or?
You don't need to. Any further questions, councillor Lee?
Looks like I'll have to keep my further questions to the confidential section.
Okay, all good. Right, well, I'll move this, and councillor Simpson, you'll second this deferral, defer to the item in the confidential section. You don't have to, councillor. Ah, there you go.
I'm happy to defer it because I think that councillors are entitled to that information. But, Mr Chairman, is it better to leave it to the end, or would you like to clear the room and should we deal with it now? That might make, just as I know it takes another 5 minutes to clear the room, but why don't we just deal with it now? If we, I'm happy to second your motion to clear the room now and we can get the information on the table.
All those in favour? Okay, right, we have a 5-minute break and we'll clear the room. You may remain, yep. we'll just wait. Oh, Shale's here, so that no, it's all good. We'll just wait. There's a couple of other people. Sorry, we should wait for Roscoe Webb. So we're quite. And the property people, so that's just. Could you flick, scroll this down, please? Okay. Okay, Robert, can you explain our changes? I'm mainly talking C, D and E. Thank you.
I'll also just cover off I guess the first two. We have had legal advice, and I know that was asked earlier, so we've actually had that confirmed ahead of this meeting. In terms of C, D and E, this is just providing absolute clarification around the $5.5 million is in addition to what would be coming through as part of the One Local Initiative process.
So going way back, it was at some stage that part of this property at the back was potentially going to have to be sold to help realise a contribution towards the development of 3/4 of the site or 2/3, and it clearly was not the preference of the local board nor the community. So what we're trying to achieve here is not doing that, and it's a no-brainer that we wouldn't. And in this case, depending whether it's stage 1 or stage 2 where this is allocated, it just makes the business case totally strong to deliver the whole project complete without selling anything off, and doing it in one go. We can get the economies of scale and hopefully save a bit of money in the overall project and achieve quickly what the local board wants to do. And we've heard how long they've been waiting for this one. So this just pulls off the whole project in one go, and it's just subject to the business case, which one would suggest, and the finance team, myself, was saying to you, the business case becomes a no-brainer. So. Right, Councillor Lee.
Mr. Chairman, in B2, the words "any remaining balance" is extremely commercially naive. If this council and Panuku want to avoid the opprobrium of another civic administration building farce, I suggest that we engage in a little bit more rigour, commercial rigour. So any remaining balance should be really replaced with balance, because you're signalling to the lessee that all you have to do really is get over the 5.5 million barrier, and all the rest will downhill after that. I think it's very naive.
Okay, I'm happy that as the chair, what we're going to do is we're going to take out any remaining, and we're going to put the in there. Okay, and good point, councillor. All right, we're doing that.
I've got a few more to come.
Yep, go, Councillor Lee.
When I speak to this.
Okay, right. Are there any further questions? And otherwise we'll move on to speaking to the item. Right, Councillor Lee, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'll move this, and the seconder is the Mayor, I believe. And Councillor Lee, speak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I find that the timing of this so-called disposal interesting for a number of reasons, and there is obviously an element of politics as we are in the middle of local government election campaigning. So I'm aware that this park has been something that has been highly desired by the people of Ponsonby for long before the Super City took it over. Thankfully, took over the property. Thankfully, the hard work of actually buying the property was achieved by the Auckland City Council. Since that time, or since 2010, or to be fair, 2011, the whole process has been dragged out at an excruciating slow pace. And I'm just disappointed, and I have to say I object to the fact that the park, or building the park, is hostage to an asset sale and being justified, politically justified by an asset sale, an unwise asset sale in my view. But it seems it's the TINA principle. There is no other way. And despite the fact that this council has a 6.68 billion income for this financial year, and that parks spending on capex is 265 million around the region, 132 opex, and cultural, so 397 altogether, and cultural development is $42 million capex. So there's a lot of money in there for other people who didn't have to have assets sold to get what they wanted. It's most unfortunate that officers apparently have guided the local board down this track, and it's taken so long. There's been a number of occasions where we thought we could celebrate, but actually they seem to be, now we hear, somewhat ephemeral, those commitments. However, I don't believe that building a park or creating a park in Ponsonby should be predicated on asset stripping. And I want to talk about the matter in hand, because this land in particular, the so-called Kathmandu site, has been in the council's hands for 144 years and earned, 144 years, and while it hasn't been used directly to benefit the people of Auckland, it has provided an income stream along with others to augment the rates that and charges that Aucklanders must pay. And it seems to me a very poor council strategy to be disposing of assets that actually earn income. We have plenty of assets that cost income, and a diminishing number of assets that earn money for the ratepayers. It seems the only real beneficiary from this will be the lessee, and he's going to, I can't say the projected rates increase that this council is saving this guy from, but it's enormous rent increase that is going to be avoided by selling this, and that rent could easily be put into a fund to offset any investment if you wanted to connect them, and even that's legally dubious. If you wanted to connect them, you could use that enormously significant rent increase over the years to pay down any loan that's required to finish off poor old Ponsonby Park. I'm just concerned as an elected representative that, again, I've been asked to make a decision on a property transaction without all the information. And we've extracted some information, key information, in the confidential section, but I am disappointed that even a market valuation of the property is yet to be completed. What's the haste? One can only guess. However, when it comes to, do I vote for the sale of this property and therefore bathe in the kudos of giving some money to the Ponsonby Park, or do I oppose it on principle? And I came in to politics on a promise not to sell out, and I don't intend to start selling out now. So thank you.
Right, well, there's no other speakers. Sorry, Councillor Cooper.
I have to speak to this because I can't actually vote against this, because if you talk about the money that we're getting for this lease, which is very minimal now, and would have to renegotiate. I've been listening for the last few years to people like Boopsy and the Ponsonby community. The value to this community is intangible. You can't put it into dollars. And if you look at the Local Government Act, it's the criteria, item 9 on page 12, it meets all of those. It's got to be enduring, it's got to benefit the community, it's got to be a social outcome. All the things we'll be doing with this money will meet that. And this community have wanted this for so long, and I don't want to be churlish about it. I want to, if we can help them get what they need for a massively growing inner city and city fringe where there aren't enough parks for people to get outdoors and we need amenity for more high density housing, you know, I feel really happy that we can finally deliver this for the local board and for this community. So what we're selling isn't a community, it isn't really a community benefit. It's not a place the public can go and enjoy. But this park will be. And so for me, this is not about stripping assets. It's moving the value of one asset over to another one, which I think will have much more intrinsic value for the community. That's why I support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Darby.
Yeah, look, I don't really just want to sit here and vote for it, because I think it does need to be said that this is a really smart proposal, a really smart proposal. In terms of the exiting out of 200 Victoria Street West, I don't think our community, they're not going to miss out on their puffer jackets. They'll still be able to go there and buy their puffer jackets at Kathmandu, but they get nothing else out of that site at all. And here's an opportunity to put a community anchor on Ponsonby Road. It's been long advocated for. And fiercely advocated for more recently by Pippa Coombe and Shale Chambers and the whole of the Waitemata Local Board. They've been solidly in behind this. They've been chorusing at us. And why would we want to sit on our hands now when the opportunity beckons to do a really smart transaction and start getting some of that cash out of some dead space and create some lively space right on the main street of Ponsonby Road? Great concept by Land Lab. People are longing for this. Let's give it to them. There is no strategic value in the holdings at 200 Victoria Street West, none whatsoever. And now, as we heard in our confidential session, now is the time to negotiate that exit like no other. Leave it for another couple of years and you will not be in the same position. So now's the time. It's a clever reallocation. And again, I commend the Waitemata Local Board leadership, Pippa Coombe and Shale Chambers, and the whole of the board for getting in behind this, the community there that is beckoning for it, and they are ready. Are we ready? I would hope so.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's anyone going to argue that the park at 254 Ponsonby Road sounds like a wonderful initiative that's been long awaited for and is obviously greatly valued by the local community. That goes without saying. However, there are a number of issues here that aren't quite as straightforward. Not least of which, in my view anyway, is this kind of coming together or amalgamation of the OLI process and the optimisation process. And Councillor Lee alluded to that. I mean, just on straight numbers alone, and I did raise this question with Shale Chambers, if you look at this project at 254 Ponsonby Road, it's an $11 million project. Half of it's going to be paid by selling this land. Other OLI projects, and I suspect most OLI projects are considerably in excess of that, considerably. And I rather suspect the figures that we're getting at the moment will blow out even further. So my first real issue then is to do with, well, why in this instance we've got a project that is considerably less than most of the others. Is this particular local board then, being asked to to essentially stump up with half the cost of their project, which is one that has in turn been long awaited for well over, well, you know, over a decade by the sounds of things. So there's a couple of anomalies going on there in terms of equity across the OLI process. And to be fair, the word optimisation's been used quite a lot, but certainly my impression was that that was kind of outside of this process. This is a separate one. So and I think the city then is separate again, where you have very high value properties. We're not talking about some, you know, service site that's derelict on Whangaproa Road or something. We're talking about prime real estate in the middle of the city here. Almost iconic site if we're talking about this side opposite Victoria Park. So I draw a little bit of distinction between optimisation as a whole and where it occurs and its sort of unseemly combination with the OLI process in this instance. And Councillor Lee did refer to, you know, this sort of notion of building the park as a hostage to this particular asset sale, which I find a little objectionable because, you know, there is a kind of pressure then not to be undercutting this very meritorious project that's been waited so long and is an OLI after all. So I guess, Mr. Chair, when I look at it, I take a kind of contrary view to this, you know, what's financially the most prudent course to take in instances like this. We have in the past, and we've certainly displayed a willingness to sell off income-producing assets. And you know, if you were to take a bleak view, you ultimately end up with a situation where you don't have too many assets, if any, that are producing income. But that's a situation that's faced by people further down the track. So hence the need to balance up the figures very carefully. That wasn't going to occur at the start of this item. Thankfully, as a consequence of going into confidential, we do have a few more exact figures to deal with. And when I look at those figures, it's not quite as clear-cut as some people perhaps would be suggesting. But I think as a principle, I think this has questions that should be asked about it, irrespective of the particulars of 254 Ponsonby Road. And just finally, I think as much as we take on the local board's views, quite rightly, I think we should also take on view the views of the ward councillors too, because they are important. Thank you.
Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let's start with where the community's at. We've heard from the local board today and we've heard from community representatives today, and they've indicated to this governing body that they support this proposal, knowing what the trade-offs are. Secondly, this is a priority for the Waitemata local board and for the community. They've waited 20 years for it. If we do this today, we will deliver in one go the development of what will be an incredible community asset for Ponsonby and for Auckland. If we don't do this today, it will be 2 stages, it'll be drawn out, and God knows when the second phase of that funding will come through. It's not taking away the money that was going from the OLI anyway to the development of stage 1. That's still there. This is on top of it. If we were a property developer, we wouldn't be investing the hundreds of millions of dollars that we do in community facilities and in public open space. We'd say, no, far better that we don't have those parks, we don't have those community facilities, we'll invest in property and we'll get the revenue from it. We were Bob Jones, we'd do that. We are not Bob Jones. We are the council, and we're here to deliver community facilities in line with what this trust document says about the improvement and benefit to the people of Auckland. And will the people of Auckland benefit from the development of 254 Ponsonby Road? Of course they will, and decisively. So my view is that, well, actually it's not simply my view. I listened carefully to the Vice Chair of the Waitemata Local Board, and he made the point quite clearly. He said the endowment block is only important as a revenue source. And that's all it is important for. There's no other value to the community but the revenue. And I'm saying, we know we're not talking about the value of the lease, but we know it's a Glasgow lease. We know that the rental income is high at the start and pathetic at the end. And I'm saying that rather than simply looking at that as a revenue source, let's do something for what the Endowment Trust was originally set up, for the benefit and improvement of the people of Auckland, and the creation of the Ponsonby Park at 254 Ponsonby Road will fulfil that objective of the trust agreement. But if we want to be a property value developer, yeah, we won't sell any property, despite the fact it only has value as an income source. I'm against the privatisation of strategic assets. You've heard that often enough. I'll die in a ditch to stop the sale of Watercare, and I hope, Councillor Lee, you will too. That will be... No, I'm just... Let me finish what I'm saying, and you've had the chance to say what you said. You've got... Yep. I'm saying there are strategic assets that this council ought never to sell, and there are simply assets that are land that are of no other value than an income source. And if we can turn that from just an income source to something that enriches the lives of Aucklanders by developing this park, doing it at once, getting the economies of scale that we can, and bringing that program forward, let's do that. That's what the people of Ponsonby and the Waitemata Local Board have asked for. That's what we should deliver.
Councillor Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's an opportunity value on this. So there's an opportunity of the rental income from the property. But I would argue that there's a far greater opportunity from the social income from developing a long-held aspiration for this park. Not just one stage, but 2 stages. It advances the business case. We look at all our communities. We often have these debates around these disposals. It's not very often the case where you get a local board supporting a disposal and a community long-held aspiration to achieve a park and supporting a disposal. And we're questioning some lease income that is diminishing, some lease income that doesn't deliver social outcomes as compared to an outcome for a community that is intensifying, that is becoming a focus area in the CBD environs for development, and an opportunity to deliver a really positive outcome for that growing, changing and transforming community. This is a modern Auckland. We should support some modern outcomes.
Right, is there anyone else want to speak? Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you all for your knowledge on this and for answering all our questions. I did have some concerns about selling Central City property, because if you're playing Monopoly, that's the property that you would try and get. However, I take on board that this is property under the Endowment Act, and we are restricted in what we can do with this property. I've also canvassed from our officers that it's unlikely that we would get guaranteed significant income from it, given these perpetual leases. I do think it's unfortunate that we have to sell things if we want to have, community parks and things like that, but I guess that's the state of how it is now, and it's something that we're going through in our suburbs and our communities anyway. So I will be supporting this, and and of course supporting the Ponsonby Park. Thank you.
Right, well, I'll close the debate and I'll just say a few things. And I have to respond to Councillor Lee's comment at the start of his spiel and the end of his spiel about political interference going on and something stinks and smells. So let us be quite clear. I have to take it upon my shoulders for having this resolution in there about allocating some of the money to the Victoria Street Park West because it came to a pre-agenda meeting about 3 or 4 weeks ago where the property was up for sale, and I said, got our staff to go away and see legally whether we could allocate that across to Ponsonby Road in order to try and ensure that the Ollie is totally delivered, because this makes the business case. So they went away and they came back and said, yes, it can be done. I then consulted, yes, one of your opponents, Mr. Lee, which is Pippa Coombe, but I then consulted you an hour later as well. So it just happened, I bumped into you later. So I talked to both. Well, one was on the phone and one was face-to-face. You were face-to-face, so that was quite good. So I went through that. Now, it's your choice how you vote on this, but and there's certainly nothing untoward that's gone on behind the scenes. One other thing I just want to say, and Councillor Watson and a few others have talked about trying to get equity across the board on the Ollie program. And let's be quite clear with the Ollie program. It's actually about trying to correct inequity. So let's just take the fact that, at Old Auckland City Council, for an example, you only need to look at the inner city, Herne Bay, eastern suburbs, and then you go out to Otahu, you go out to Tamaki, you go out to Panmure. That's inequity. There's been development wholesale in one area and not in the other. So the Ollie program is trying to actually solve a little bit of the inequity. So, but I have to say, when I look at poor old Otara Papatoetoe, he asked for 350,000 to clear up a lease. They shouldn't have. We said, no, don't do that. Do another Ollie, because that's ridiculous. But they were humble enough to say, no, that's all we want, because we just want to get that albatross off our neck. Now, they're left with nothing else at the moment. Sorry, we are working on a Marai. So we've still got some work to do, but the Ollie program is really important. And, of course, we all know there's a bit more. At the moment, we've got 200 million allocated. Next LTP, we know we're looking for at least 500 in total to try and but we're going through the business cases. But I emphasise it's about actually trying to correct the inequity we have around the city, where some suburbs are in bad shape and some other suburbs are fantastic and great places to live. So I'm going to put the motions, and remember this is by division, and this is about 2 properties, so remember it is Beachlands as well, so it's by division.
And we deal with this in 2 parts, please, because I wish to record my vote against A1.
Yep. Okay, so what we'll do is we will do A1 by division, and then we'll do the rest. Okay, so quite clear, we're dealing with A1.
Thank you, Chair. A division has been called on A1. Can all members use your microphone so that your vote is audible over the webcast, please? Councillor Clow.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Darby. Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Member Kake.
For.
Councillor Hulse.
Aye.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Sir John Walker. Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Young.
Right,
declare that
Carried.
carried.
We don't need to announce the results. It's carried. Right, we're going to put all the rest of the resolutions and we'll just do it by voice. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Right, carried. Right, we will now move on to the next item. And I'm sorry, team, thank you. Rachel, Alicia, Anthony, Robert. Welcome, Alan. Right. Yep. Second by
Second, I know
Councillor
this
Cooper.
well.
Okay, all right. Alan, do you wish to say much?
It
Oh,
doesn't
so-
sound like there's
needs to be much said. Just a transfer to Watercare for the Northern Interceptor project. They wish to extend the immediately adjoining pump station. The Northern Interceptor, as councillors will know, is to facilitate further development in the northwest area.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't think there are any questions, so I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? There are none against. Right, we'll move on to Manukau Memorial Gardens, item 10, and Ellen once again. Councillor Darby, seconded by Councillor Filipina. I'm just going to ask for questions. We'll take the report as read. Are there any questions from anyone? Nope. Right, I'm going to put the resolutions. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All good. Yep. Sarah, Alistair, welcome. Sarah.
Good morning, Chair, councillors. Thank you. So the report in front of you today is putting forward some recommended comments on the Ports of Auckland Limited Statement of Corporate Intent. I'll just make a few brief comments. So this is the second Statement of Corporate Intent that the Council has approved since it took direct ownership from the former ACIL. A statement of corporate intent is quite similar to a statement of intent for our CCOs, but obviously the port is not a CCO. But in terms of content, they're very similar. It operates to a slightly different timeframe. So the draft must be received by the end of July. We have to provide comments back to the port by August, and then it has to be finally approved in September. Some context, the document's not substantially different from the one last year. The two areas in which it does differ is it includes a new metric on car dwell times, and it also includes some commentary about the level of dividend that the council will be receiving from the port this year, which is consistent with what you approved in the annual plan a couple of months ago. So obviously there have been some challenges from a commercial perspective recently, and the port is in a capacity building phase, which is part of this is the automation project, and that's limited its capacity to handle freight for a period. So post the automation project, the port is hoping that its capacity, well, it's projecting that its capacity will be significantly increased and its commercial performance will improve. And our feedback is set out in the executive summary in the report, and it's fairly straightforward. So the first item is that the port needs to include a commitment to investigating new solutions for handling car imports and for addressing constraints in the supply chain for container trade. And it should be engaging with the council on these critical issues. So we will be, post the election, setting up a workshop, a governance workshop between the Ports Board and you as a council. And the port, another recommendation for feedback is that the port should keep the council appraised of the ongoing implementation of the automation project and any ongoing risk from that, because it's obviously impacts the port's commercial performance, which impacts the group. And two final things is that the we are recommending that the port should include a KPI relating to its goal of being carbon neutral by 2025, because without one of those, it's very difficult to establish or the council to establish if they're actually meeting that tracking towards that towards that goal, which is an admirable goal. And lastly, we are recommending that the port should, or the council should provide some feedback to the port that it needs to maintain a close working relationship with the council on both a strategic and operational level. And just a last note in terms of the process, because of the local election in October, the final version of the statement of corporate intent will be received after the final meeting of this committee before the election. So we're recommending that the consideration of the revised statement of corporate intent is delegated to two of the mayor, deputy mayor, and the chair of this committee. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Member Carter.
Thank you, through the chair. Just want to bring our attention to the Māori impact statement. It's on page 38 or section 19, and specifically the reference to the removal from the statement of corporate intent reference around the responsiveness, Māori responsiveness plan. So just so I've got it right, what is that straight up? Is that you've removed that Māori intent, or was it a mistake?
So thank you, and through you, Chair. So the reason that the port has removed that is because we understand their plan is actually nearing completion, and we're expecting to receive it soon. So kind of going into the new financial year, if that will be complete, then there won't be a need to have that item in the KPIs. And that's that. So it's not a kind of removal of that as an objective. There's still a very clear expectation that the port needs to be responsive to Māori and implement the council's kind of obligations.
Okay, just a supplementary question through the chair. So I'd actually like that point to be re-emphasised in the mayor's letter. Actually, that a KPI that picks that up be included as an addition to your letter. I hear what you're saying, but it's not enough of a guarantee for me. Thank you.
Sarah, can you just turn off that speaker next to you there? And we're going to Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I just wondered, in light of a letter that we've had from Nolene Buckland from Cruise Ship Association, I'm just wondering, and we know that we've got an issue with cruise ships because we've got some uncertainty around the Dolphin now. Is there any way we can indicate to the ports that we would like them to consider, if possible, making space available for the larger cruise ships? Like the Ovation of the Seas, because it's just not economically viable to have them moored out in the channel. Is there any way we can indicate that or have conversations with them about that? Because there is a lot of loss of changeover economy here if we don't have places for these things. And also New Zealand, actually, if they don't come to Auckland, they won't come at all.
We'll just get the mayor to respond and then Sarah.
Yeah, if I can just help there. I agree. We do need to be able to berth the larger ships so that we can have the embarkation, disembarkation, including of people that will fly in to do their transfers. That's where we make the real money, and also so that we can load goods on, and the New Zealand products are then to be used on those cruise ships. I'm in the process of talking to the cruise industry at the moment. They've said, it's one thing to put a dolphin in the harbour, but that's only for 15 years. What we'd like is a longer term solution, and they may be prepared to wait for that longer term solution. And one of the longer term solutions is, of course, either Captain Cook Wharf, which means that you'd have to extend it, or even better would be Bledisloe. If we can free the space on Bledisloe, and Captain Cook for that matter, of being a car storage yard. And, I'm in discussions with the chief executive of the ports. He has readily agreed and says that he has some enthusiasm for investigating the prospect of barging cars off the wharf. One, to actually clear the wharfs more quickly, and we need to investigate that and find out what difference we can make. But secondly, also just to stop hundreds of truck movements hauling cars out, clogging up the bottom of the city centre and the early part of the motorway. So we don't know yet what the outcome will be. Like anything, you need a good business case, but congratulate the ports on being prepared to investigate that. And if we can free up that west side of Bledisloe, even if you're using the north side of Bledisloe, and I've talked to Julie Stout from Urban Auckland on this, if we can put the car ferry on the north edge when they've completed the work there, and the cruise liners on the western edge, that would seem to be the best of all worlds. But we've got to work out whether it's viable, feasible, and makes sense. But I think there's a lot of hope in that investigation.
You, Mr Mayor, good progress, and I guess as long as it's in the work plan, I'm comfortable.
Sarah, do you wish to add? No?
No, I don't think I need to add anything.
Okay, we have Councillor Casey, Councillor Bartley, Councillor Darby and Councillor Collins.
It's not really a question. Am I allowed to make comments at this stage, Mr Chairman?
Why not? Why not? No, okay, we'll come back. No, we'll stick with the questions. No, so we've got.
My question, I'll make one. Under the outcome safe and empowered people, I see there are 2 performance measures for safety, but none for empowerment. Could you tell me why that might be and what we could do about that? My concern, as I will talk to later, is about the automation process, the loss of jobs, and people needing to be retrained into other positions.
I mean, I can't talk in detail to it, but I guess one comment I would say is that I have heard the port talk about in the past is that empower also means that their staff kind of feel empowered to, make health and safety as a priority in the workplace. So, it might partially refer to that, but I can't make any other comment beyond that.
So it's still in terms of safety. Thank you. I'll talk to you later.
Yep. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Is this an opportunity this is a question, where we can add stuff now? Because I want to follow on from Councillor Casey in terms of retraining staff. And why don't we just have a statement in here that says that we want to reinforce worker safety, training up staff that are displaced because of automation, because I'm mindful that this week is the anniversary of the stevedore that was killed at the ports. So I think we should really amp up the safety, that we want this to be a safe workplace and we don't want any more deaths, even though they have it as a line, but I think we should reinforce that in our letter to them. So my question is, how do we do it?
It's been noted, and I'm hearing some here's around the table, so I think that will be taken on board, and you'll notice in C it is delegated after this meeting because we have to approve it today, subject to any changes such as you've suggested. So I think you can remain confident that will happen. Councillor Darby.
Thanks. Can I just go to page 47 of our agenda? Primary line of communication. I'm just Sorry, thank you. The primary line of communication on page 47, about the third paragraph down, I'm just wondering if that needs to be a little bit more than the CCO governance team. And I'm just wondering if that could also read, and the Mayor of Auckland. And I haven't posed this with you, Mr Mayor, but I actually think we just do need that political conduit in addition to the conduit through to our management team. So that's one question I wouldn't mind being addressed and included. Then we go to key performance targets. Where is the performance target for moving the light vehicles efficiently through the port? I can see crane rates, ship rates, container rates, and if you could explain those numbers to me on crane rates and ship rates, because they don't actually mean anything to me as a lay reader. If you could explain those. And where is the light vehicle turnaround targets there. That was the second key question. And probably the other one is there's not a strong mention of the place the port has. It talks about the port and its place in Auckland and New Zealand, but we're starting to recognise that the port and any future port it's about its core place supporting the Upper North Island regions. And I'm just wondering whether that's being grabbed strongly enough. And I guess I am thinking of that Upper North Island supply chain strategy work and what the outcomes might be. And I'm just wondering if the narrative within this talks enough of the place the port is, not for Auckland and its owners, yes, that's important, but beyond Auckland, the Auckland region and the Upper North Island. It's the Waikato, it's Northland. And taking into account, of course, the port company's interest in Marsden Maritime. So they're my key areas. Thank you, Chair.
So I'll deal with your first question first. So just to clarify through you, Chair, that was about the light vehicle turnaround time, is that correct? Just can you?
Yeah, sorry, just go back. Key performance targets. I'm struggling to see where is that target for light vehicle, reducing the dwell time for light vehicles?
So there's a KPI under, it's keeping ahead of trade needs. So on the multi-cargo terminal, which is,
Minus.
Average car dwell times. That's a new KPI this year. And there is a reduction over the next 2 years of the statement of intent, as you can see, but it is obviously a slight reduction. So internationally, the port is already quite reasonably, that's already a reasonably, we understand, a reasonably low dwell time for cars. So does that answer your question?
My oversight, it is there, but boy, it's not very ambitious, is it? It's been that way for a long time.
No,
knocking 0.05% off, days is only an hour or so.
Yeah. I think if that would obviously form part of the work or investigation into alternative methods of dwelling there. So it might be of moving cars off the wharf. So it might be we can include a comment about whether that would reduce the dwell time.
Okay, without into the detail, Chair, and we shouldn't be right now, but I think that area needs a bit more work. We need to be more ambitious in that space, and that's why the PDS investigation has been strongly emphasised by the Mayor. We need to get that efficiency up substantially, not tweak it by 1 hour or so, as the 2022 target is. Second question, well, where I started actually, was including under primary line of communication and adding the words "and the Mayor of Auckland."
Sorry, that was your first question. There is absolutely no objection to that, and we can do that. I understand the Mayor already has a sort of ongoing catch-ups with the Chair, and obviously is communicating with the port as well, but that's a fair thing to include it in the document.
That would formalise it, Mr. Chair, I think, and then it's not an informal.
It is, sorry, just to add, it is in the memorandum of understanding between the port and the council, but including it in the document is no issue.
Okay, and look, probably the last area, Chair, is just around this question of we've got under nature and scope of activity services and facilities to support the cruise ship industry. Does that say strongly enough that there's an expectation that we ask for them to use their existing berth space more efficiently to accommodate all ships? So I guess what I'm aiming at there is there's on the edge of Bledisloe and other parts of Bledisloe, on the western edge of Bledisloe, there's opportunity. If they use their berthage efficiently, there's the possibility of having particularly mega crews, go there. So where do we say here that we want them to use their berthage efficiently for all types of shipping, wherever possible?
So I think that goes back to what the Mayor discussed earlier about investigating alternative methods of barging cars off and then using space for cruise ships. So I think perhaps what I would recommend is that we would need to elaborate and describe what the council's actual objectives are in the letter that is sent to the port. So because obviously moving the cars or looking at different ways of moving cars is one thing, but why you're doing it is obviously that needs to be front and centre, and I appreciate it may not be as clear in my report as it should be. So I think if we're describing the outcome as more efficient way of using the wharf space and berthage, including to accommodate the larger cruise ships, then we can work on some wording for that.
If that's the outcome and others support that, the Mayor obviously is leading that. I support that as well. At the moment, it's missing chair, and it would be great to have that reinforced.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Just two questions. I was just wondering if the Ports of Auckland is a signatory to the Youth Pledge.
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, sorry, Councillor. I'm not sure.
Cool. I just thought I'd ask. I have a question about diversity and inclusion, which is page 43, bullet point 3. You've got the comment diversity and inclusion to leverage for competitive advantage. And then in the next page, there's a table of key targets, of which the diversity and inclusion target isn't there. I was wondering if you could give us an idea of what you are suggesting from both that comment, and if there were ways that the port would be up to looking at some targets for diversity and inclusion.
Through the chair, look, I think that would be a discussion we'd have to have with the ports, because we're just not sure where they're at with their diversity and inclusion work within it. So to get something meaningful and sensible in there, I think that's a discussion we'll have to have with them.
Thanks. Councillor Lee.
I think we have to recognise that the governance structure of Ports of Auckland is somewhat different than what it was at the start of 2017. Ports has no intervening governance structure as it had for a number of years, and so the management and directors of the port itself have achieved through council decisions quite a lot of latitude. I don't think it's satisfactory in terms of our responsibilities as the governing body. And I believe the Ports of Auckland, as we agreed that CRL Limited should report to the governing body or committee thereof on a quarterly basis at least. It's fine talking to the Mayor, that will happen anyway, but the ports does need to answer to the owners, which is the council and the people of Auckland. And so I would urge that in this document that there is some reference for reporting. Now, we had a report from Ports, one of the rare ones in this term, announcing that they were going to slash their dividend, just like that. And I have to say, I thought it quite unsatisfactory. It wasn't any of the directors. It wasn't even the chief executive. It was a middle manager came along and made that announcement. I don't believe that's satisfactory. And we, members of the governing body, are not doing our job if we let them get away with it. So that's the first point. The other point I would make is that I agree with other members around the room that we ourselves can encourage ports to resolve the current dispute, which is dividing Auckland around the berthing of mega cruise ships. Part of the problem is ports are supporting the Dolphin, I believe, because in effect, it is not really a dolphin, but a wharf extension. And as we all know, and we recall the controversies of a few years ago, Ports has plans to reclaim or extend or both into the harbour. And if a precedent is created with this dolphin come wharf extension, then we're likely to see pressure from the ports to start reclaiming all over again. I think we need to step in and encourage a settlement. And I hear members around the room talking about Bledisloe Wharf, and I think it's a sensible approach. But with one difference, I believe that the 90% at least of normal-sized cruise ships could still berth at Queen's Wharf with convenience, with conveniently close to downtown shops and so on, and transport links, but that the mega size Quantum class and Oasis class cruise ships, which come here relatively rarely, though it'll increase somewhat, but the percentage will not be great. They could be berthed at Bledisloe Wharf and save the problem, save all the angst over the dolphin situation. So I'm asking for two things here, but primarily we need to lift our game in terms of governance. And I make the parallel with CRL Limited. That's been, no hands have been on the wheel for some time, and we saw $1 billion blowout in the CRL. We need to get closer governance and scrutiny and accountability, we, the governing body from Ports of Auckland. Thank you.
Right. I don't think there's any more feedback, but we've noted some of the observations and things. So, oh, sorry, Councillor.
So I can't let the councillor's comments on CRL go without some commentary. And the $1 billion he referred to, half share between the Crown and ourselves, related to $280 million worth of future proofing, with putting 9 car sets into the ground to give the capacity going into way distant grandchildren future, and a doubling or more of the contingency fund, and the rest was increases in construction prices. And there is strong oversight on CRLL, despite the members' accusations.
I beg to differ.
Right, well, I was just going to let Councillor Lees slide away, but we've had further comments. And Councillor Collins, not about that same subject, please.
No, it's not.
That is outside the scope.
Chair, it's probably a question for you. I was just wondering, so there's been things where we're going to get some feedback on it. Is it possible just to get a quick email from someone at some stage just to say this is what we added or didn't add to the document? And just so that we know that it was followed up and stuff. Thanks, Chair.
That will come from Sarah and Alistair. Right, comments. And we're not commenting on CRL. No. Mayor Goff.
Certainly not commenting about CRL, Mr Chairman, nor the fact that we all voted in favour of the future-proofing of it. I want to say that I think there's some good additions here. I've talked about the getting the cars off the wharf, and I think maybe it was Councillor Darby that made the comment about that. Ports have looked at trying to use rail and it doesn't work. You could do more at night if the receiving depots off-wharf were open 24 hours and they're not, which is why you come down to the barges in the end and say, actually, PTS would operate extended hours and can get the cars by barge up to Highbrook. And if that works, that would solve a number of different problems. I'm not preempting the investigation, but it's true to say that we are encouraging the port with that investigation. I think Alistair, we're not able to direct under the Ports Companies Act and on a number of things that we've talked around this table. I do say that the removal of ASIL at least gives us direct contact with the port that we didn't have before. But I think we should have more sessions with the ports, as Councillor Lee has suggested, in terms of what we can find out by the workshops and by that information. And what we found out at the last workshop was that you don't have to leave the cars on the wharf for customs or quarantine. It is purely a logistic problem. If we can overcome the logistic problem, we can get the cars off the wharves. On environmental performance, I want to give a bouquet to the ports. I think that they are being innovative in what they're trying to do. We launched the other day down the wharf the proposal to purchase an electric tug. It will be the first fully powered, full-size electric tug in the world, and we'll be leading the way on that. And will it cost more? Capital cost, yes. Will it cost more over the life of the vehicle? No, we'll save a couple of $1 million, and that's a couple of $1 million effectively to the shareholder as well as the port. And also want to acknowledge that the port has done some great work in developing plans for a hydrogen plant that we'll be able to use to pilot hydrogen buses through Auckland Transport. Corporate behaviour, I just think that there needs to be better communication between Ports of Auckland and some of the CCOs. I don't expect them to be communicating through the media. I do expect them to be talking to each other. For God's sake, start that. It might not be the fault on one side, it might be coming from either side. But I want to see council-owned organisations talking to each other and relating to each other and getting the best for the city and not taking pot shots through the media. So I simply make those 3 points. You know, there's a lot of things that we might like to do in terms of directing the port, but we do operate under the legislation of the Port Companies Act, and that restricts us in direction. They are required to operate commercially, but if I finish on this point, if the ports weren't to consider barging the cars off the wharves and we weren't to improve that dwell time, which I agree with Councillor Darby is minuscule, then the ports risk a supply chain study saying we'll take the cars off you altogether. And anyone that can't see that would have to be willfully blind, and that's a critical reason why we've got to look at doing it better. But the main critical reason is if we can free that space up on Bledisloe, and if we could use that for the cruise liners, then that would be the best of all possible worlds. Now, I can't guarantee that it'll happen, but we've done enough work on it to suggest that it could happen, and it could well be not only feasible, but hugely beneficial to the city in every aspect. And I welcome the port's agreement that they will work on that and they'll put some enthusiasm behind the idea. I think that's a big step forward to where we were just months ago.
Councillor Casey, to conclude the debate.
Whew. All right. Back in March, we had a workshop at the ports to look at their, well, it was mainly to look at their automation process, and that's when we heard that our dividend was going to be reduced. Since then, I've met with the Maritime Union and representatives from the Australian Maritime Unions, and the one thing that bothered me about the workshop, and it hasn't been resolved yet, is I'm not able, I'm a representative, I'm representative of the people who own the port, but I can't tell you about the port's automation process. I don't know if it's full automation or part. We got some videos about retraining workers. I don't know how many workers are involved in the retraining process. I don't know if that's been successful or not. And a few councillors, including myself, have raised with you that part of, in this strategy document, which is the only tool really that we have of control, in this statement of corporate intent, that first outcome, safe and empowered people, there are measures for safety. But there are 2 bullet points I'd like to talk about. One is structures and systems for an engaged and well-skilled workforce. What does that actually mean when the ports is going through a restructuring process caused by either part or full automation? Because well, I'll come back to that. And the second part, as Councillor Collins raised, is diversity and inclusion leveraged for competitive advantage I have absolutely no idea what that means. Not only do I not know what that means, I don't know how diverse their workforce is because they couldn't tell me. They couldn't tell me how big the workforce was, nor how it was made up. So I'm still waiting for that information. So just on that, if we are to fulfil if I am to fulfil my role as an overseer of ports through this Auckland Council, I would very much like some surety about job losses, for example, and that retraining process. Showing us a video is not enough. And I know that this is the end of the process, but I'm suggesting that in the letter that goes with the statement of intent, when we finalise it, because it's too late to put it in the statement of intent, that we raise the issue of needing to know more about workforce and the intentions of port. My understanding, and this is just the other part of this, is that the dividend has reduced and we've been given an explanation for that reduction. But my understanding from my meetings with the maritime unions collectively is that automation doesn't increase productivity, and it's been shown overseas, it's been shown in every port in Australia that's been automated. Productivity has gone down, dividends have gone down continually year on year. Now, if that is the case, I want to talk about that with Ports of Auckland, because I have no idea what their timeline looks like with regard to their workshop or their productivity or the dividend. Is this the start of the rot? So yeah, all those questions I think I'm entitled to ask and have answered in their presence, and I look forward to further dialogue. But if the Mayor could maybe talk to how that could be incorporated, that concern, which I think is shared by other councillors, could be incorporated into any correspondence with ports so that we can have future dialogue that gives me some comfort that there will be no substantial job losses through automation.
Councillor Casey, you're talking post-election, one assumes, yes?
I'm coming back.
Yeah, no, I know, but no.
I'm not going away.
Well, we now know there's three of you. Okay, right. Were there any further comments? There was
some response, really, because
well,
I don't want to raise all of that and then nothing
That was
happens.
my response to you. Were you meaning post-election when we would arrange presumably another workshop about this? And
Well, when
maybe
we,
the
sorry,
Mayor will-
what's
Mayor
the
will
process
respond to
today
you.
when we sign this away? We do have to communicate with ports about it.
So can I can talk to that. So when ACR was disestablished, a memorandum of understanding set up the sort of frequency of communication and engagement between the council and the port, and that includes a once annual governance workshop. So I think if there's an intention to change that or to increase the frequency, or even just to ask the port to come in and explain a few more things, then that needs to be included in the letter that goes back to them on this statement of corporate intent.
Mayor.
Just to add to what Sarah said, and I think Councillor Casey raises a good point, and somebody else raised the point before that. I think that the workshop, we didn't always like what we heard, but it was useful to be there to hear it and to learn things that we didn't know. And I'd be keen if we could, once a year seems a little infrequent to me, that to do it twice a year would be a good idea. And I think the expectation is that you'd have the chair of the board and the chief executive there at that meeting. We are the shareholders, so I just need to ensure that I get the advice from our officers that we are not infringing on the statutory limits on what we're able to do. But as the shareholders, are we entitled to that feedback? Yes. Do I know whether automation is going to produce all the things that have been promised from it? The port said we have a competitiveness problem. That's why we've lost a Maersk line. That's hit our bottom line. A port's no use to us if it's not competitive. But it's a little bit like an act of faith to say, well, they're making the decision about automation. Well, they do. That's their job. They're the management, but we're entitled to have that reported to us and for them to be available for us to question them on it. So, I'm sympathetic to Councillor Casey's point, and I think if we could make sure that we had 6 monthly meetings that would be far better than an annual meeting. I think they'd be worthwhile, and with the expectation that the Chief Executive and the Chair of the Board would be there at those meetings.
Right, we've now got a little bit of a roll call again, so we've got Member Kaka and then Councillor Bartley, but the aim is to have a 5-minute break and then come back and try and knock off the whole program before lunch. So it's up to you guys, Member Kaka.
Thank you. It's just a quick question. It's really just to be clear around what is going into the, or, you know, we say we're going to delegate the authority to the Mayor to engage in these, in a letter, finalise a letter. So it's just following on from Councillor Collins' question. There's been a number of things raised. I just want to make sure that they've all been included. So yes, Councillor Collins said that an email might come out, but actually I just wouldn't mind a summary of what you've got in bullet point form, maybe, yeah, just so I'm clear.
I'd be in favour of that. You know, I understand that it has to be delegated because of the time frame, but I think every councillor needs to be aware of what we're putting into it prior to my signature on it. We won't have the ability to relitigate it, but you need to be informed about what's there, and I'm happy for officers to make sure that all members of this committee receive an update on what's going to go into that reply on the statement of intent put forward.
All right, so what if anything hasn't been picked or missed by Sarah? Dave behind me no doubt has got a note on that as well, so between everyone I'm sure you'll get the full summation. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you were saying to be confident that the points will be picked up, so I'm confident now given the question from Member Kake. Thank you.
Right, we have a mover and a seconder. I'm going to put that. All those in favour? Against? No. Good. Right. We'll just do this one little item, council controlled organisation exemptions, number 12, and then we were just going to have a 5-minute toilet break. Thank you. Right. Claire.
Thank you, through the Chair. This report recommends exempting 10 of our small CCOs from the accountability requirements under the Local Government Act. The majority of the CCOs recommended for exemption were last exempted in 2016, and the Act requires us to review that every 3 years. The intention of the exemption is to avoid unnecessary compliance costs for our small CCOs with limited scope of activities. For such entities developing a statement of intent, reporting against performance of statement of intent measures, they all potentially add reporting requirements that are disproportionate to the size and the scale of the entity. Council does, however, maintain a governance relationship with these entities through board appointments and funding arrangements and other kind of agreements that are in place. Of those CCOs last exempted, an exemption is no longer required for the Downtown Marina Limited, as the CCO was amalgamated into Panuku earlier this year. The Manukau Beautification Charitable Trust Board has actually, when we approached them, indicated that they wish to prepare an SOI and not be exempted anymore. However, their trust's chief executive is retiring at the end of this year after 15 years of service, and to allow the incoming chief executive and the time to create a new statement of intent, we are proposing that we extend their exemption until the end of this financial year to align it with the other CCO accountability timings. Staff are also recommending this time that an exemption is granted to the Mangere Mountain Education Trust. MEMIT does have a funding agreement in place, and its performance measures are monitored and reported to by the Mangere Aotahu local board. We have consulted with that board, and they are happy with an exemption to be granted to the CCO on the grounds that we are currently considering their governance arrangements, and we will be coming back to you on that. The remaining CCOs recommended for exemption are listed in Recommendation A in the report, and they're also discussed separately in the report. Thank you.
Fairly straightforward, folks. Shouldn't need. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions. Firstly, one's slightly tangential, but we'll make it touch the line as close as possible. I know that Manukau Beautification Trust have provided this practice, and you've got the change happening. I was wondering if the direction that Manukau Beautification Trust have gone in. Is it worth some of those discussions being talked about with the other CCOs who we're exempting from this? I'm just saying, are there parts of it where it would be to the benefit of the other CCOs to capture some of those activities that would be in a statement of intent process?
Through the chair, we have discussed this when we have gone out to the individual CCOs. For the majority of the ones that are documented, it is probably not appropriate to be looking at a statement of intent. I think that's probably the key point.
Yeah, I mean, many of them, sorry, just to elaborate, many of them have funding agreements. Manukau doesn't, obviously, because they don't receive any direct funding, but most of the other minor CCOs do. And we are kind of in the process of going through a review of the governance arrangements of all of those minor CCOs as well, or we will be next year. So
you're satisfied that it's a robust enough process at present? Thank you. And just the other question, granted the Māngere Mountain Education Trust and the challenges that they've had over time, what would be the point of exempting them at this stage, granted those challenges?
So Māngere Mountain Education Trust have a funding agreement as well as a statement of intent, and it's actually been a real source of frustration is that the two duplicate each other over the last couple of years. So, and there's a lot of kind of overlap in what those two documents, what the trust is being asked to deliver. They are also actually, we are kind of in the process of right now of working on a review of the governance options, which we will be coming back to you about early in the new term. And I think essentially they are, it's better for them to, the trust and their limited staff, to direct their efforts into basically keeping the centre going rather than producing accountability documents that aren't necessary at the moment.
If I could just add through the chair, I think the challenges you allude to with the trust, I think a lot of hard work has been put in by Sarah and the trust and the local board, and I think we're sort of through the other side of that, and a lot of it is just getting the an appropriate sort of governance model for that trust going forward.
Chair, just a real quick comment just on that. I just want to say thank you because I know a whole lot of work's gone and the local board have kept us informed. I don't get a whole lot of oversight on it, but I just think it's important that we keep it tight. So thanks for the work that's going in. I was just concerned not seeing everything that we were keeping it as tight as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Right, we're just seeking a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Collins, I will second. We'll put that. All those in favour? Aye, right. We're just going to have a 5-minute break, and it is 5 minutes, and then we're straight on to the Productivity Commission submission. press on so that we can complete the program by lunchtime. So it's all in your hands, and I think we have a quorum at the table. Yes, we do. Right.
We have a
Team.
We have a short presentation.
Yep.
Just to introduce the item.
Okay, so the context here is that the last comprehensive review of how local government is financed and funded in New Zealand was 10 years ago. You may recall the Shand report, the Shand inquiry. So the government's decided 10 years on it's time to have another comprehensive review. So they've asked the Productivity Commission to go and lead that review. There was an issues paper that came out earlier this year. The council made a submission, put some feedback on the issues paper. Now we're at the stage where a draft report has come out with a series of conclusions and draft recommendations. And what's on the agenda for you today to consider is a draft submission back to the Productivity Commission on their draft report. So I guess it's important to note that this is just through to the Productivity Commission. It's not government policy. The government will consider the final recommendations from the Productivity Commission in about November this year, and then the government will decide whatever policy changes it may want to adopt out of that, and that may then result in a legislative change process, depending on what the government wants to do with the conclusions from this report. So the key findings of the report is that the current system that's based around property taxes, being rates, is an appropriate system generally for local government, but there are some key areas, some key issues that the local government sector is dealing with where new funding and financing tools are necessary. And we'll step through those shortly. So in preparing the draft submission, we've worked across the council family. We've had input from various CCOs and sought feedback from all of the local boards. So all of that is kind of fed into the submission that's in the papers in front of you. We generally agree with some of the key findings, the key conclusions around funding challenges and some of the responses. There are some other areas we think should be emphasised, and we think some of the recommendations are, while good in theory, there are some practical issues with the implementation. So with that, I'll pass over to Andrew.
Good morning. The Commission's finding the system is working well across New Zealand. We're also asking, however, that they look at Auckland's particular circumstances, where 33% of New Zealand's population and 50% of its growth. The super city was similar to an Australian state, and the super city was established to bring the former councils together to allow us to form a single vision that could be smoothly implemented to tackle those challenges. We're progressing that. We now have a single view of whether we want the city to be in the future and the plans to deliver on it. But that now requires us to work across multiple agencies, including government ones, and that's slowing our ability down to move as fast as we'd like to deliver on those goals. So our submission asks that the Commission consider delegating greater responsibility to the Council with associated additional funding tools, potentially a share of GST or returning some of the GST on rates to the Council, to allow us to move faster to deliver on the plans that we've set for the city. So this is in addition to what the Commission has focused on in their key findings. In regard to their key findings, we'll run through what we see being three of the key ones here. First of all, funding growth infrastructure. We support the Commission's proposal or their recommendations that the government continue to work on the development of special purpose vehicles to provide access for private sector funding of infrastructure, to allow us to accelerate the growth of the city, noting that that requires a revenue stream to support the financing. There might be some compulsory levies to deliver on that, similar to targeted rates or DCs. They also have some other recommendations that we support in this space, but we've identified some administrative and economic issues with those. And while we're supportive of the general intent, we've got some suggestions as to how they might be better delivered on. The next key recommendation, or the key area, is in regard to climate change. Alec.
Kia ora koutou. So yeah, in terms of the climate change component of the report, so broadly speaking, we are generally supportive of the recommendations. They align with previous submissions we've made to the Productivity Commission on a low emissions economy and recent submissions on the Zero Carbon Bill. There are probably two things that I'd flag to committee that we've canvassed at workshop. One is a recommendation around the role of New Zealand Transport Agency, extending that role to help co-fund local roads that are facing significant threats to climate change, from sea level rise and more intense storms and floods. The point we've made, though, there in supporting that recommendation is that the funding for that needs to come from new sources, that existing funding has been allocated, so this actually needs to come from somewhere else. It's not existing funding. The second thing to raise is the establishment of a local government resilience fund to help redesign, possibly relocate, rebuild wastewater and stormwater infrastructure. And again, we've supported that recommendation. Just a couple of things to note that we've also pushed back on. As you'll see, this talks solely about adaptation to climate change. There is a role around mitigation, so reducing our emissions, and funding and financing around those actions are as important as the adaptation side. So we've made that statement and said we need to consider that component as well. And it's worth noting on that front that in previous submissions and work that the government's done themselves, a form of blended finance where public and private capital comes together to address those climate impacts has been proposed as an intervention and needs to be something that's reinforced through this work.
Andrew.
That rates for affordability stayed pretty stable over time. However, they feel that there are some equity and transparency issues with the rating systems across the country. Our submission, and they're making some proposed changes, and that they're recommending some changes in that space. Our submission doesn't support those proposed changes. We don't see there being value in removing differentials and the uniform annual general charge completely from all rates. Auckland Council, on its amalgamation, went through an extensive process to determine the current rating system. It was done very transparently. Councillors were actively involved, and the community made a big contribution to that decision making. We're also removing differentials. We'll put residential rates up by 22%. The Council's submission agrees that benefits should be the primary factor in funding decision making, and it is in most of our funding decisions at present. But we don't support legislative change to make benefits the primary factor. The Council's got legal obligations under the Local Government Act for the 4 well-beings to be considered, and many of the services funded by general rates are public or merit goods. And the benefits versus affordability balance for the funding of those activities should be made by elected members and not required to be weighted in the first instance towards benefits. Now, benefits, when I say earlier it was the primary driver, it is for much of our funding decision making. So fees and charges, targeted rates for services to particular properties. They also recommend a national rates postponement scheme, and we support that, but the submission doesn't support the removal of the rates rebate scheme. Now, the submission, the Productivity Commission's review is extensive. It covers a lot of matters. We've only highlighted a few of the key ones that are covered in our submission here. The submission itself covers some other matters, and we've gone through with our colleagues across the organisation and the CCOs and answered all of the questions and responded to all of the recommendations that are included in Attachment B to the submission. And Attachment C includes all the comments from our local boards that have provided those. We're happy to answer any questions.
Andrew, their recommendations about removing the differentials in UAGC are terribly ideological. I mean, it really is whack the poor and reward the rich. How can they state or believe by having differentials in UAGC that is inequitable in itself and causes distortion?
They make some points about the role of central government versus local government in addressing redistribution, but at the same point, and that could lead to some lack of coherency in those policies. But they then later on go to point out that, or in another part of the report, identify the fact that there isn't that issue in New Zealand with local government and central government because we have different tax bases and different responsibilities for the delivery of services. I wasn't able to spot a particular underlying economic argument supporting the use of benefits for the public goods services as the primary determinant of decision making. I'm sorry for being.
So, what are you saying, that it's just the ideological background or disposition of the panel members then? Anyway, you don't need to answer that. Right. Is any further? Councillor Casey.
Well, first of all, I'm sorry I missed a workshop. It's not usual. I also missed a date with Andrew to discuss the submission. I'm terribly sorry about that, Andrew. Had I been to either of those, I would have raised this then. And it really relates to paragraphs 46 and 47. They are really confused. First question is, when did we decide that we were going to accelerate the introduction of new types of charging for roads? I know that we're investigating it, but never at any time have we actually taken a vote to accelerate the introduction of it. And just on those two paragraphs, there's a real confusion between road pricing and congestion charging that you need to sort out. It doesn't read well at all. So can I leave that one with you? Definitely we're not accelerating anything, that to my knowledge, unless I missed a vote, but I don't usually miss votes either. So you've clumped in road pricing. I'll tell you what it is. Road pricing is weasel words for tolling. People understand what tolling is. They don't understand what road pricing is. And if you call road pricing congestion charging, you're actually really muddling people up.
So I guess what we're trying to say here is we're already doing work with central government, looking at the congestion question project, looking at all those options. The comment about acceleration, I guess we'll just say doing that work faster and progressing it is advantageous, doing it sooner rather than later. But the main purpose was, I guess, agreeing with the concept of this is a useful area to look at, and we're already looking at it with central government. And we thought it was kind of helpful that the Project Commission is calling out that the work that's already underway is worthwhile.
It's good, Ross, but that's not what that says. It says we support the accelerating the introduction of new types of charges. We're accelerating the work, the investigatory work. That's all.
So we're happy to work on the wording there to get that clear.
I could help you with it.
So accelerating the work on the investigation of whatever. Because remember, the regional fuel tax, it is supposed to be an interim measure to hopefully other measures that are more. And remember, we were replacing that inequitable transport targeted rate as well. Councillor Casey. Right, we have Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon. Look, I think the submission's quite good. A couple of comments and questions from me. With respect to the proposed removal of the uniform annual general charge, actually, I like that idea. I like the removal of the uniform annual general charge because I think that it's appropriate to allocate the cost where it should lie. And I don't really support the idea of the poorest people in our community cross-subsidising those who are some of the wealthiest. But I acknowledge that the submission is nuanced in a way to reflect what I think is the current position of people around this table. Second question is, you've got to be very careful about taxing undeveloped land, because frankly, if you were to develop that land, a lot of the transmission infrastructure that should be provided by the council isn't ready. The question with respect to the special purpose vehicles, I mean, I think there is a tremendous degree of controversy that would arise from giving coercive taxing and rating powers to unelected bodies that don't have a democratic recourse. So I acknowledge that the SPV model is fraught. I'm just wondering what work may currently be taking place in relation to the special purpose vehicle with respect to the Central Interceptor, because there's been some work that the council's been involved in previously in this space, but we've gone rather quiet on that at the moment. So is someone able to comment on that?
Ross.
So we're not currently progressing work on that space. A lot of the early work on the SPV model, Central Interceptor, was one project which we had lots of information about. It was a significant scale. It was a useful project to do the analysis on. But I'm not aware of current work that's specifically focusing on Central Interceptor as a priority.
So that earlier work, what happened to that? Did we just decide that it was just going to be too hard, or we'll kick it for touch and kick the can down the road and try and reignite this in the future?
I think the focus has shifted to the model. How might the model work? How do all the details around that? How do rating agencies see the model? How might what legislation might be required? So the focus has gone less on a particular project and more on the model, the structure, and how the SPV model can work.
Yeah.
So we're no longer considering the Central Interceptor as an option for an SPV.
It's not currently being progressed, but no one's made any decisions to rule anything in or out.
Who holds the pen on options for that one? Does that sit with you? Where does that go?
Who holds the pen? I guess there'd be a whole decision-making process. At the moment, it's very early stages, and as I said, all the work is focusing on the model that would enable any particular project to go through an SPV type approach.
But Ross, I think you can verify that the pen has been held by Wellington at the moment.
Wellington is leading the work on legislative change and all that kind of thing. In terms of who would make a final decision on a project, that would depend on how the legislative process is set up. But I imagine in practice, central government would need to talk to the council and to Watercare, and if there was strong disagreement, it might be very difficult to get anything happening.
Are we currently involved in any discussions with Treasury around the SPV model for funding projects, big capital projects in Auckland?
So I wouldn't mind responding. So through the chair, and I think we've discussed this before, one of the most important points that Ross is making is that any of this and all of this would require legislative change. Legislative change is the domain of central government. That'll be driven and is being driven by advice from Treasury and DIA. And yes, we have some involvement in and around that because Treasury and DIA are needing to and wanting to consult with officials in their sector along the way. So I think we would all appreciate that there's a lot to do to credibly have the option of putting any significant project or program through this different format, and that work program is being driven by Wellington at the moment.
I raise the question, Chair, because I think it is a very germane issue to some of the discussion that we have, which is really a bit teased out in this Productivity Commission report. What is the work that is taking place with Treasury and DIA that Auckland Council is involved in relation to how a model for an SPV would work so as to inform decision making around legislation to enable it? Because if we were to, if you were to provide a funding stream with certainty and security for an SPV, it requires, in order to access that third-party capital, which is generally a line of credit, coercive taxing powers going to somebody, not necessarily a democratically elected body. So if that's the sort of thing that would be discussed as an SPV, Our role in providing advice and options and looking at the analysis of different projects around that is quite important. So I'd like to, happy for this submission to be adopted, but I would like some information as to what we've been doing with Treasury and DIA over the last 12 months on that particular discussion, because that will be a matter that will need to be socialised with our community, because I don't actually think that our community necessarily would support parking bits and pieces of projects to an entity that doesn't have any recourse like we as councillors do for the decisions that we make. So Matthew, I'll take that up offline with you, but happy for the submission to progress, notwithstanding the fact that I don't agree with all parts of it, but if the government was to be so brave to move on UAGC, that I'm very happy to write my submission in favour of that.
But you're happy with this submission, which is clearly saying we wish to look into it because we prefer, for example, possibly PVs over vacant land taxes or unoccupied land taxes, because you indicated you didn't approve those either. Yeah. No, I'm just clarifying so those staff are listening. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Just on, I want to acknowledge Alec, your work on this, on making sure that climate change is more than adequately recognised and responded to. That's excellent work. On the vacant land tax, I've been thinking in this area too, and this does pose a question though, doesn't it? Because you can have entirely vacant land, but then you can have undeveloped land. You could have somebody that's one of our seniors that's got a nice 3-4 bedroom house on 1,000 metres, but the zoning says that you could put 3 houses on it. So what's the difference between having some vacant land and possibly taxing that, and then not realising the development potential as per your zoning? And I think that could be quite onerous on people if it went into that sort of direction. So, and I'm struggling to see what the difference is actually. So I'm wondering if we could just explain our submission point there, because I'm a little bit concerned. I can understand the desire to not have people banking land, but people don't necessarily, realise the development potential of many other properties. And I wouldn't like to see people bundled into that same category. Maybe some explanation.
The Commission's proposal is about vacant land, not about underdeveloped land, although where you draw, as you point out, there isn't necessarily a neat line you can draw between those two broad categories. So while we like the idea of encouraging people to appropriately develop vacant land, the submission identifies at that level some of the challenges associated with doing that, and notes that those sorts of incentive charges may work better in the SPV context, where you are putting infrastructure in and then thinking about the best way to fund that, including having an incentive element within that funding. And the submission notes one of the balances in relation to that incentive impact is having a politically acceptable charge.
Just take an example. I'm trying to think of an example. Let's say we've got a farmer. He's on the edge and his new zoning is country style living, and suddenly he can put 8 development blocks on his land, or 10 or more. So is he likely, or she, sorry, that's sexist, isn't it? Is that owner likely to be captured by that requirement to pay a vacant land tax? Because they're farming, but it's a country style living zone, and there's expectation that the development for it to not be vacant land is something different to farming.
That's the challenge with a tax of that nature, is deciding exactly where you strike it and for what reasons. one of the reasons why the submission focuses more on the SPV vehicle and the investments, thinking that while the vacant land tax has got some principal merits behind it, there are some challenges, and that just reflects another one of the difficulties that could arise in looking to apply that. There isn't necessarily a neat answer to that, and that would have to be a judgment exercised by whoever was making the decisions at the time.
So just on that point, Mr. Chair, I think there's some implications. So we need to, in our submission, we need to fully understand the implications of that particular part. The other area is, do we take the opportunity to reinforce again how Crown is off the hook on its non-rateable lands in Auckland?
That was raised a little in our earlier submission, but it hasn't been a focus of this one, which is mainly focused on the recommendations that they've made. But of course, our original submission is still on the table with the Commission.
Chair, I think this is an ongoing issue. We just can't miss the beat on continuing to raise the impost that non-rateable Crown land has on all other ratepayers and the citizens of Auckland. Just as an example, for example, where we've got $47 million allocated for project in my area, the Lake Road project. A significant beneficiary of that is the Defence Force at the Devonport Navy Base. But they won't be coughing up much, if at all, towards that project because they are major traffic generators, AM and PM peak, but it's Crown land and they don't contribute. Now, we could probably each raise numerous examples like that. So I would like us to keep reiterating that this council does want government to address the non-rateability of Crown land where it has a significant impost on the infrastructure constraints and demands of the city.
Comment, team?
Certainly, on the one hand, we talk about rates as a tax, and if you're looking at that context, there might be some logic in the Crown not paying, because we argue there shouldn't be a tax on our tax. On the other hand, if we look at it as a service, as rates in a service sense, then having all the government agencies make a contribution towards those services in the same way that they would do to any other services they purchase has got some logic. Certainly, there is scope within our report to, within the draft submission, to add that commentary, or at least commentary about the Crown's non-rateability back in.
Well, I would endorse what Councillor Darby's saying. I mean, the bottom line is we've put a whole lot in there about GST, but we've got really no chance at all of getting any GST back. It's pretty blatant. Both parties are pretty clear on that one. So the non-rateable land is maybe a way of just getting some money back from the government.
But
and I know the Mayor wants to say
just before the Mayor speaks on this, because I know this is something on top of mind for the Mayor as well, and we've been talking about it. Maybe there's a more nuanced, we're sort of just going back and saying we should, it's a very sort of catch-all response. Maybe we should start examining this in a more nuanced way. Maybe when our finance and rates team need to look at that Crown non-rateable and look at, sort of chunk it up and look at what we really want to home in on in the first instance. Maybe we need to knock this off over 10 years rather than try to do it in a one-hit wonder. Because there's a complexity to the non-rateability. I don't really want to see education, for example, maybe in that category. You know, others might have various other views, but there's some areas where there's definitely tremendous impost on our ratepayers, and we should be homing in on it.
As you bring up education, because at least that's equitable across the country. They don't pay rates anywhere, so it's not as though we're being Meg off, I know you want to say something.
Yeah, look, I think it comes under the umbrella of revenue sharing by central government to local government, and we've got a number of different mechanisms by which we can do that. A tidy one is simply to say, return the GST that you charge on top of the rates. An equally tidy one would be to say, well, you know, you're using the land, you're using the services, then maybe you should pay the rates on government property in our city and every other city, and that would be a way of revenue sharing. Or you might move directly to the Australian model where federal government revenue shares a percentage of GST down to state government to provide infrastructure. They're all different paths to the same end, which is revenue sharing. And to answer your challenge, Mr. Chairman, is the government about to say, yeah, we'll do that? No, of course they're not, because they don't want to share their revenue with local government. Does that mean we should stop asking? And the answer is absolutely not. There are precedents all over the world where governments revenue share with lower levels of government, and we got the figure from David Norman at the workshop, where 93% of public revenue in this country is taken by government and 7% by local government. So you have the umbrella, which is the principle of revenue sharing, saying you're pulling in all of this revenue. As Auckland grows, you get more GST, you get more income tax. But by the way, Auckland has to meet a lot of the infrastructure charges of making that growth possible. So I think you do it within that context of a growing city, say there needs to be acceptance of the principle of revenue sharing, and here's 3 ways that you could do it. And the fact that they won't want to do that immediately should not slow us down. If we can get from the Productivity Commission some endorsement of that principle, just as we have from the New Zealand initiative, then you build up some momentum. Will we achieve it overnight? Of course we won't. Will we achieve it if we never ask for it? Absolutely we won't achieve it. So we just need to push the concept and then some examples of how we might do that. And I would put in, as Councillor Darby has said, the concept of government paying rates on its property. And I wouldn't necessarily differentiate whether it's education or defence. It gets very complicated. No. Just the principle that they pay revenue, and that's a way of devolution of some funding to local government to meet our responsibilities.
I wasn't saying for a minute that we wouldn't be pursuing the GST one as we normally do, but I'm totally endorsing the idea of putting in government property as another angle of attack or whatever. I mean, because the irony is you're talking about we pay, local government effectively gets 7%, but we get it in the neck big time, and especially the people around this table, because local boards, they set the rates, the councillors, we don't. And of course, basically, we get it in the neck as councillors and mayors. So I have Councillor Lee, and that could be wrapping it up.
Very much. I'll just go through this page by page briefly. Just a small point. In paragraph 5, we're talking about the scale of Auckland, and there's a typo. Auckland's premier city. I say this every time there's a submission that goes to Wellington, that these submissions are going to be viewed by people who don't live in Auckland, and many of them resent what they consider to be Auckland boasting or big noting. So I would downplay all that premier stuff. We are the biggest city. That's reason enough, I think. The other point that I'm concerned about is particularly the special purpose vehicle, which clearly a lot of work is going on behind the scenes that as an elected member I don't have much information about, but I have 2 problems with a special purpose vehicle, so-called. One of them is that just adding in supply is not going to solve our cost problem in Auckland. We are dealing in a situation of encouraged growth. Some of the highest, the city's one of the highest growing cities in the OECD, and that is not an accident. It's been encouraged both by the council and, of course, the government of the day. So on top of that, we also have an environment rather unique to New Zealand by the look of it, where construction material and everything associated with that is at an elevated cost because of a constrained or duopoly market. And it seems to me the more money the public sector has in this market, the prices will increase to meet that. That's the commercial reality, and the Productivity Commission doesn't seem to be that particularly interested in that bigger picture. And to be honest with you, in regard to the Productivity Commission, it was one of the policies of the ACT Party, and so it tends to view things through quite a hardline neoliberal lens. The other points I would make is again, you use the term super city. Most people refer to the super city in inverted commas nowadays after 9 years. In terms of the vacant land tax, it's not clear what vacant means. Are we saying that agriculture or farms or trees or natural areas means vacant? Because that puts a bias against nature, and if we're really worried about climate change, and we have to be concerned about sustainable management because that's in the legislation, the assumptions around a vacant land tax appear to be more growth, more development, and forget about the environmental costs, and most importantly, forget about the costs of infrastructure. And then we go around in a circle again, how are we going to pay for that infrastructure? So sometimes the Productivity Commission has some worthwhile ideas, but mainly it doesn't. And what I'm concerned about is not so much the Productivity Commission or who takes any notice of it, but what happens inside this council. And I think the bed tax. We support the bed tax, but how equitable is that when some parts of the region have to pay the full whack and others get a free pass, apparently for political reasons? That's not particularly equitable or rigorous. And so, but coming back to the special purpose vehicle, that means if you take that to its logical conclusions, rather than having a so-called super city, or a unitary council, you're going to have yet, in effect, another quasi-local government, except it will be even less accountable than the present system, where ratepayers have to send a bill from some organisation, which probably sends out a PR leaflet as well, but there'll be no accountability to those ratepayers. And I think that is apart from lack of financial discipline, in other words, here's some more money, folks, we can all keep on spending, that will be to the detriment of democracy. The one thing I do agree...
So we're on question time, Councillor Lee, is there a question?
Sorry? I'm making a statement.
Okay, right.
Okay. The one thing I do agree on, Mr. Chairman, is in terms of equity on tax, the GST one is certainly something that we should, on principle, be arguing for our... there shouldn't be a tax on a tax. In other words, GST on rates for a start. That's the first step. The other one is the equity of where that is spent. So I'll leave it at that. That's just my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I support the proposal. I also support examples of how we could go about suggesting to the government the answers on the non-rateable land. But I also think if we're going to do that, we should put in an example of actually what we're missing out of as a result of their policy around this. So, for example, we should put in the figures of the GST on rates, what potentially that would mean for us, and we should put in examples of the non-rateable property, if it was rateable, what that could possibly look like. And I just think we need to perhaps clearly articulate the quantum of the potential income, if we haven't already. Thanks.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. I do support this submission, but I'm asking what kind of range for possible capital investment by SPU? The range investment from overseas. Do we discussing or they just proposal? Thank you.
Sorry, the range, you mean in terms of amount, dollar?
Yes.
Dollar size. So if the model can work as intended, and it can be a model that enables investment without relying on the council balance sheet, and ideally if it doesn't rely on the Crown balance sheet, then it's only limited by the supply of private capital that wants to invest in Auckland and in New Zealand. We know there's a whole lot of capital out there, so there is no fixed limit on that capital. We can see that once you unlock the model, there is no limit on the ability to get capital in. There is still the requirement that whatever capital is raised needs to be repaid by the beneficiaries of infrastructure over time. So the limiting factor just becomes, well, what is the revenue source that will ultimately repay that debt? So I guess that's, we don't see it as being a finite limit in the same way that council debt is limited.
All right. Okay, right. Well, we've got a mover and a seconder, and we seem to be in general agreement. Yep, Councillor Young is. Yeah. All good. Moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Right. Now, I think we will go for lunch because it could be that we're going to have a bit of time over some of the other items. So, but we shouldn't be long after lunch. So, please, 1:30. Thank you. and reopen the meeting, and we have Robert back again. Robert, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So this is a monthly report that captures budget changes that occur outside the annual plan. They generally are changes that have minimal impact on the overall group numbers. Today we have 4 items up for approval. The first being is to approve the allocation of some of the unallocated OLI funds towards 5 OLIs, and that's to enable them to move into detailed business case. The second request is to approve the release of $489,000 out of the Waitemata's Local Board Parking Fund, and that's to contribute towards some parking trails within the Auckland Domain, and those 2 items have been endorsed by and approved by the Waitemata Local Board as well as the Auckland Domain Committee. And then the third item is to approve $4.5 million worth of carry forwards for RFA, and then a further $6.5 million for Panuku. RFA's carry forwards relate to primarily the renewals across some of the stadia as well as Western Springs, and Panuku is for their projects down the waterfront. So these 2 carry forward items are just a wash up through the year-end process where we did the main carry forward item as part of the annual budget process. The 4th item is then to agree the city centre targeted rate, and that's been recommended forward by the City Centre Advisory Board. So as none of these items that are up for approval have any adverse impact on our financials at the group level, and we also have a couple of staff here to answer any questions if there are.
Right, I believe moved by Councillor Simpson and seconded by Councillor Cashmore. There are no questions. Councillor Darby, yep.
What I would like clarification on, I did ask about would there be a requirement to have a report through the budget update paper in the future if the cost of the dolphins exceeded 10 million? And because my understanding is that's what's in the LTP, 10 million. And I have looked at the video response and it said 10. But more recently, I've been getting email responses that it's 16.9 million in budget. And that's a big difference. So, Robert, do you know, is it 10 or is it 16.9 for the Queen's Wharf Dolphins? Because it needs to be really clear.
So through the chair, I guess firstly there's an expectation that once the following the Environment Court and all the work is done, a paper will be coming back as part of the budget process to this committee or to future committee as part of the process. In terms of what number we're currently sitting within the budget, it was, I don't have the exact year, but it was an annual plan just prior to the LTP where $10 million was approved as part of that. When the LTP was being developed, at that point there was some awareness that there was the escalation in costs, and a further 6.9 has been provisioned. But as I said earlier, there's full expectation that the project will come back to this committee and will be approved through a subsequent budget process.
Or not approved.
Or not approved.
Yeah, and look, that we'll take that. It's subject to appeal, so I won't go there. I guess we were told that there was 10 million in the LTP. You're saying there's 16.9 million. And I did also ask at that time, you know, how visible that increase was, if there was an increase, because I can't see any, you know, specific line item on it. But look, I would like to get to grips with that because I'm just a little bit confused about the advice I've had, Robert. I will follow up on that, Chair, with Matthew and Kirk.
Yep.
Look, through the chair, and I don't think it's a bad question. If in any way we perhaps see it as you do, that you felt there was a political decision made and it was clear at 10, then we will ensure that the project owners understand there's a requirement to come back to here before any work is done based on the expectation of 10. Notwithstanding at a management level, they may have made subsequent provision. I think your call out is whether we've been sufficiently explicit about that. So we'll take the message, and I think it's a reasonable one, and we should do that.
All right, we have a mover in a second. I'll put those resolutions, A, B, C and D. All those in favour? Aye. Okay, right. Thank you. Okay, and then I will move the 15 and seconded by councillor Simpson. Yep. All right. Any questions of the information report? No. All good. You have a quizzical look, councillor Bartley?
Yeah, but it's all right. It's about the previous item.
Yeah.
I can
Right,
ask
we
it
have
offline.
We have a mover and a seconder, so I'll put these recommendations here. All those in favour, say aye. Okay, thank you. And against? There's no against. There's no consideration of extraordinary business. We just moved, and I will move the requisite resolutions. Again, councillor Simpson will second to exclude the public. I will not read them. Right, folks.